All right, so it says we on. Boom, boom, boom. Everything's ready to go. All right, so as you can see, we just made this with Gemini. Um, we're also going to start doing some courses, classes, free stuff, free information um, that I know. I mean, everything's on the internet, but there's certain things that if I would have known along the way, um, I would have done them. Let me check the sound quality because I was watching some YouTube videos yesterday. I was like, oh my god, that dude's video is so bad. I mean, even if I'm just moving around, it's still all right. So that sounds pretty good. The last thing we want to do is let's use some AI tools really quick. So let's go to music generator.ai. And that might be the wrong name for it. And what we're going to do is just make some ambient music for the background. That's all we're going to do. It's not Suno. And this way, I guess the way I do things, um, other people can see. So this would be how to, yeah, so I already have an account. I have so many credits. I don't think I could ever run out. I think we hit create. Yeah, so it's gonna link to my Google account. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create, and y'all already know, baby's here. It is what it is. Same stream from a year ago, and I'm on this really crappy computer, so bear with me. I also have some work to do today, so I'm gonna show you guys how I actually do work, which this plays into the Clajama system, um, because it actually is literally built to solve this problem for me. And this problem that I have would be the same toolkit or same layer of problems um, anyone would face. Now, one thing that I noticed about um, using AI for different things is the stigma behind it. For example, um, excuse me, I can program, I have programmed prior to the ChatGPT release and all the codecs and all this stuff. We were doing it by hand. So I wouldn't care if someone felt as if, oh, you're using AI. Yeah, I am. You know why? Because I actually could code this by hand. I actually could code this same website I'm looking at in HTML. Um, and if I was even smarter and I knew how to code, I would just export it as a page and then rebuild it from a template. So once you have some certain knowledges, there's no point in doing things the old way. For example, I would not program for any reason in binary. I would not rewrite a programming language for any reason. Those are not my goals. My goals was to create, and that's what we're gonna do. So you create an ambient. Uh, and let the AI do all the typing. Ambient. See, and I can spell. Ambient, long, loopable background track for a YouTube live stream, live development video. It's a boring stream, talking, watching AI agents work. My life, the streamer, occurring in the background, family, kids, TV, lunch, etc., etc. Something to fill the space that is catchy, ear candy, but does not overtake the forefront um, microphone. All right, so we don't want any vocals. We'll let it pick the style. We'll call this Clajama melody. Now, the great thing about using this right here is that you will actually own the commercial rights to this music. Oh wow. Hopefully. Oh, it got rid of my prompt. I thought it logged me in already. This is one thing I never want to occur on Clajama. Someone sits here and pours out. So create a ambient track that is loopable. It will be for the background of a YouTube live. The live is boring. Users, well, viewers watch AI agents. Listen to a maniac talk. Um, watch errors. Do testing. Boring dev stuff. The track should not overtake the mic or speaker. Make it long and loopable. No diddy. Let me. I don't know how that's gonna help anything. Me saying that, but Pajama melody. We don't need a persona. Expert mode, and then I can extend it later with credits. Oh, these are lyrics to other songs I've written. So yeah, I do write music. I enjoy writing music. I enjoy creating. All right, so that's barreling in the background. Let's get back on task. So let's focus on Klajama. So let me tell you guys what to expect, what the goal is, what the goalpost is. Do you need diaper change? Stand up. Do you need diaper change? Yeah, you gotta tell somebody. All right, let me handle this real quick. All right, let me get some wipes. I'm glad I got up. I walked past you. You smell like a dumpster. You smell like pure toilet. Toilet content. All right, so the baby's also creating content. All right, and then we'll get back to. Come on. All right, let's get his diaper changed. Come on, come on, come on. Don't you want to get it off? I would. All right. Okay. Hang on 1 second. All right. Another one. Okay. Yeah. All right. Excuse me. All right. And a new diaper. Okay. Diaper change. All right. Good job. All right. So let me re-explain Kajama. And one thing I didn't want to do was we start talking about Kajama or saying it in a way like, "Oh, this is a secret," or "This is some sauce. This is something." Yeah, yeah, yeah. The way Kajama works is by using a design language. So everything you see here is considered a block, a component, a widget. And what happens is we have created a design language to where when we call the LLM, we're not asking the LLM to write us code from scratch. That is a terrible way to use artificial intelligence. It is a waste of tokens. It is bad programming. It's just not good. One thing that everyone who has ever had to write code before, write it once and done. So the way that works in Clajama is instead of there being themes or you pick a theme library or things like that, you just tell what you want, and you may be able to determine what colors you want later, different things you want to alter. And then sometimes you can just have it completely build you a really great site, and you're just like, I just want to change this one thing. So instead of us using the LLM to actually code, that would be crazy. That would mean each site would be coded in HTML, CSS, or if we're using Python, Jinja, any platform. What we're doing is building every single site in the same exact tech stack that Klajama is in. What this does is it allows us to extend what we already have done to the user. So if when we go through Klajama, you'll see there's different forms, there's different modules, there's different um, capabilities, functions, or some would call them plugins. What happens when a user types in the prompt that they want? Klajama is going to send a form to the LLM. The LLM is given information about each of the form elements. So, for example, a person says, hey, and we'll just keep it simple. Hey, I want a hello world website. Klajama is going to send the LLM the form it needs to fill out along with the user's prompt. So what that would look like is Klajama will send the form, the LLM will say, hey, user only wants one page. Let me pick a page element. The user wants it to say hello world. Let me pick a text element. And in the text element, put hello world. In the menu, which it may or may not need, so it probably would cancel out and say, hey, I don't need a menu. Um, I don't really need a footer. This is not really a website. And it would grab the elements, it would pick the elements it wants. And when they're sent back into Klajama, Klajama will read that file and say, okay, he wants this block, this block, this block, this block, this block. And if the LLM decides any colors, or if the user specifically says, hey, these are our colors, the LLM will implement those into its response to say, well, hey, um, I want a H1, or it won't even say H1s and things like that. For example, the names of the elements were based on the LLM's capabilities. What would the LLM, if it was a developer, think of if it was me doing this? It's not going to use strange namespaces. It's not going to use things so extremely unique. It's probably going to say something like top nav or nav bar up top. We want to know what the LLM is already doing naturally or thinking naturally, and then wrap Klajama around it. What winds up happening when we start to force unique information onto an LLM that's not in its programming data set, it's not going to learn from this conversation today. It's going to operate based on the data it already has. Even if the LLM could learn from our interaction, at the rate we're interacting with it, even at our fastest human level, we couldn't impact the weights that much to say, oh, this word is now a word I care about. No, that's going to be something local. It's going to be like a rag call, local memory, a hints, or something like that. And that's what's going to give it that information in passing. So what we do is after the user, after Klajama receives the response, Klajama puts the blocks in order. and that would be the hello world page you'll see. This is one element that has completely changed. Prior, Clajama would literally write all the code, use some libraries. It wasn't fast enough. These sites here, to build them in this manner, takes about 8 minutes. And that's on a highly complex level. So I'm going to give you one more example, and then we're going to get into looking at the different plugins, cards, and functionalities of Clajama. Clajama is built as a universal tool for me, but I'm making this tool accessible to other people. So I'm going to go ahead and do the complex website example, and then we'll get into the cards, plugins, etc., etc. So, for example, if a user came to Clajama and said, "Hey, I want to sell my own custom bottled water. My mission is to get the whole world to hydrate, and I want to blog about hydration topics." Um, and then if it was me, I would say I wouldn't just keep it generic. The user still has to care. That's one thing we didn't want to do. I didn't I didn't want Klajama to give the upper hand to someone who doesn't care. You can't come to Klajama, give it a trash explanation, and then we use compute to utilize the greatest ideas of everyone else actually spending time on their prompts, spending time on their websites. Um, that they're just going you're going to overcompete them by typing in a sentence, and they've sat and given us a paragraph to work with. This may sound counterintuitive, and then I'll get to the store example in a second. But this may sound counterintuitive. But if two people selling the same product come to Klajama, one person just types in a sentence such as, "Hey, I'm selling shoes. I need a store to sell my shoes." They're going to get exactly what they asked for. Klajama is going to take this prompt and Klajama is going to identify, "Hey, this is e-commerce. Let me go ahead and plug in the e-commerce capabilities." With e-commerce capabilities, it's going to already come with the usual cart, checkout, yada, yada, yada. All of those are built into that one capability. And the good thing about Klajama is certain capabilities share backends. So, for example, this e-commerce setup has some code that would work for an invoicing system. And an invoicing system is pretty much universal, but even with the invoicing system, it shows you how products should work. So with this example, that person would just get an e-commerce store. Klajama would probably fill it with fake products just for now. But in the admin panel, it would have a place where they can edit those products, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not getting rid of the CMS ability. That's more so if people want to get hands on. Our goal is to get Klajama to produce. Hang on one second. Hey, you can't stand in that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Don't stand in that. No, ma'am. Um, the best quality result based on the information it has. So if Klajama gets a prompt, just, "Hey, I want to sell my shoes," that's what you're going to get. But if somebody comes and says, "Hey, I want to sell shoes. I want to sell athletic shoes. They are custom designed, or they're resales, or they're used, or I got them off Etsy." That those parts don't matter. I want the site to be very simple. You come, we tell you about our shoes, you see our shoes, you buy our shoes, you check out. Now, while that prompt is just a little bit better than the other one, it also tells Klajama exactly what to do. It says, for example, we only need critical pages. We only need the shop, the products, the cart. We only need those. They didn't ask for a blog. They didn't ask for an about. Um, they didn't ask for those types of things. So where we're at right now, and the component that is most mission critical is this component, because with all our testing, by using this format of filling out a form through the template, we have reduced LLM calls massively. And I think I just heard the battery dying alert. Yeah, let me get my charger. Hang on. All right. So we've greatly reduced token usage by using a form method versus coding. Um, so that's how it works. And let's go over capabilities really quick. So like I was saying before, um, with these blocks modules, which they're not actually plugins, it's just if we look at the system in a building block way, we don't have to rewrite code. We can redesign code. A contact form is the same in almost every website you go to. The only difference is the information that it's collecting. What's up? It fell? No? Want to get out? Okay. Do you have a drink? No drink? Let me 1 second. I get this baby something to drink. Some good old fashioned city punch. 'Alright. So what was I saying? Capabilities. So for example, a contact form. Let's strip a contact form down to bare HTML. It is just it's really just inputs. Really. Then you add some styling to it, the box, the titles, etc., etc. However, a form is still a form everywhere. A sign in form, login form, forgot password form, customer checkout form, um, newsletter form. By breaking everything down to its most basic bare essentials, we are not going to ever have to build anything from scratch again because we've already created the bare basic blocks. Now, I do know that there are many different systems that already do this, libraries. Same thing for CSS, Bootstrap, um, which Bootstrap again is it's kind of funny, but we'll skip over that part. Um, but by having our own blocks, a user can say, "Hey, I want a newsletter," and this kind of points to the evolution of how this structure would work using an autonomous system. So the autonomous system at this point has all the blocks I need. None of my needs have included maps. None of my needs have included. It's only a few things that um, excuse me, video games, uh, things like that. So what happens is Clajama will take a block that we already own, we already have, we've already made, and it's going to compare the best block we have for what that person asked for. If that block does not meet that need, it becomes a new block. Clajama will say, hey, what this person wants is unique to our system. We don't have this capability yet, but we're not going to build it one time and then forget about it. We're going to go ahead and take our block system. We're going to match this block to this specific need. So that doesn't mean that we're going to rebuild everything. And here's a great example. if a customer says on my site, I need a form where at the end people pay to submit and they receive a ticket or something of that nature, Clajama is going to say, hey, here's a form. None of these forms have payment abilities. None of these forms are a display. Now, it might look at the cart checkout form and say, hey, this is pretty close, but it doesn't do this specific thing. It's going to take an existing block with the same functionality, capabilities, and similar design, and it's going to copy it, make another one for that specific thing that it doesn't already have, and then it's going to make it for that client and also add it to the block system. What this does is it allows Clajama to evolve. That means, for example, I need a form where user pays. This could be for tickets, raffling, anything. I have personally never come across the need to do that. Clajama is going to take blocks and functionalities, strip what already exists, and remake the back piece for that specific person, that specific task, for that specific need, and then take that block and add it to its system. One amazing thing that I have been working with, and this supersedes Clajama, supersedes everything. Um, there's a way to make an LLM, and this is theory, using algebra, without the weights, without the massive data pool. What I'm going to show you um, is a language algebra where every word, every letter has a numerical meaning, which would lead us to mathematics. If we wanted to compress something or compress an idea, such as De Morgan's theorem, we could create a formula where you just plug in the x, the y, the z, etc., and you'll have the answer. It will compute for you. There is a rhythm in language that extends from Sanskrit. And what makes us put these specific words in this specific spot, and even if you do or don't believe, whatever you believe from the beginning of human time, for the first person or the first 2, 10, 11, 12, 9, 13 people to have any communication, there has to be a personal resonance to the sound, to the item, to where you lock eyes with another person and that person will say, I don't comprehend we're talking, but I can tell when you point, it means look that way. When you say up, we all look up. This also extends to how all languages have the same core principle. Yes, see, we. Uh, there is a word that we almost have for every other word. It's just a different numerical value. This is completely experimental, but it is something that I have been working on for a very long time. It's called the Mind Engine. And actually, let me resolve this issue here. And then we'll get into capabilities. All right, so now we're finna do a capability sweep. Things like this. This menu does not match the other menus on most or all the pages. There are some pages that during build, they were created outside of the template style. And what's happening now is we're having to go through, find them, and then get the LLM to see that, hey, I see there's a menu here. I see all those other things, but you don't have the auth flag. You don't. There's something in this page that doesn't match the others to find that, and we're gonna also do that as well. So let's look at projects. And this is where we're at the almost near end of doing this. Near the end. And this menu again comes out incorrect. And that one is incomplete. Tic-tac-toe. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And so this is the code that it uses to build a website. That's an entire website. Um, and I have to also, we need to do a check on that. So we're going to go through here. Shall I implement? Let's see. Yes. All right. So let's go and delete everything else other than this one since it's running. It says mastering. All right. So don't delete the very first one. And then we're going to get into some testing. We're going to get into showing you guys how I develop, showing you guys my personal method, how I like to do it. I do have some work to do for customers, but I don't actually quote unquote clock in until 11. And all of that depends on invoicing. With the new system, I have been able to really track everything. My next step is to find out all the customers I currently have who are getting free service that I don't know about. See if I can collect some lost money because I lose money every year because I don't. It's just bad. So we'll do that next. Here is the time tracker. So with this customer, they bought 2 hours of time. I've completed it. Other than these are tests after the fact versus that one day. I do want this system to get a little bit cleaner because I don't want it to say start timer, add manual entry. Also admin menu, and let me just sign out. It might have sent something to the server. And all right, sorry, we got to scoot back one time. 19 seconds? No, it needs to be long. It needs to be long. I think because I said loopable. Make it long, and the ending connects to the beginning. And maybe it's because I said no diddy. Till 0. All right, never mind. The ending connects to the beginning. All right, so let's try that again. All right, that was the banner that should be on this video. I'm not even sure if I did that right. We got some design issues, some. And so what happens is the more that I perfect, and actually I'm tired of typing that password. Let's do a view, force reload. I do have open as well. Some of you may remember when I was making videos we were using Chat. OpenClaw came out. OpenClaw is okay. Um, this information you see up here is actually the mind running on this computer. So while I'm talking, recording, or everything I do on the screen, it's learning. If it wants to talk to me, it can turn up the volume. It can turn down the volume if it needs to whisper to me about something. It probably won't happen on this stream because I told it to go in the background. All right, so let's call this one UI UX. That way I don't crisscross issues. We need a remember password button. Oh, that's calling me already. All right, so before I forget, we need a remember password button. All right, we gotta go grab the young one. All right, so in case you don't know, um, I work from home doing my own personal business. I work at a place I'm not supposed to name, and that is how I am always at home. It wouldn't really matter, but I know some people, the very, 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 very last time I was streaming, it's like, dude, how are you doing all this stuff, staying at home with the kids? Wait, actually, why are you always home, always on the computer? So, yeah, that's that. What did happen is I got switched to a different project. Um, and so I had some downtime, which we're starting the next project at my job. Um, so that'll kind of help me get back into another scheduling of still posting. But anyway, so as you should understand, there is a baby because I'm not paying for childcare. Um, one of my children is homeschooled. Um, the other ones were homeschooled, but they want to go to public school. And let me see. Yeah, this is what I do. So this is why it is claimed a non-professional stream because I literally just walk around, live my regular day-to-day life. The computer's always working. And let me take this outside with me really quick. All right, so it says the remember me should be in there. All right. The good part is that we're probably going to see a lot of errors. We're going to see a lot of problems that come from using AI to program. And that is one of Clajama's functions was that while I was using AI, and I enjoy AI because I don't have a team, I don't have investors, I have customers, I have work, I have real life to do, that there were certain things I needed done a certain way. So let's test this. If it doesn't come up, then we know that it's only changing the local version. One of the biggest things that I have had to deal with is local changes versus server live. And what that would mean is that the software or the agent doesn't remember or realize the difference between the local computer, and that the remote one is the server. So it will eventually confuse are still there for password recovery. Hold on. So how it works. All right. So have you sync changes to remote server? So how it works, let me go back inside, is that it'll mix up. Let me do a sound check quick. Ever since I saw the other two videos, golly, you actually have to care a little bit. You can't just hop. It's not how you would expect. I would think the computer would be so smart right now. It'd be like, you know what, his quality is bad. Adjusting sound. Um, yeah, so it's already adjusted for me. And let's turn it up a little bit. All right, we're gonna add our little background music just for AI purposes. And let's go check on that. And then I gotta get my baby. Why is it still doing it short? No vocals, style. And I might be sleeping on it. What does it sound like?
Create an Adamant track that will be for the background of a YouTube live.
Oh, these are the lyrics. My bad. Um, no vocals. There we go. Dang, I think I might have forgot how to do this. All right, so obviously Clajama's got a problem loading page. It's not set here yet. Good, deploy the script. All right, so it's finna deploy. We're gonna go grab this baby. I gotta make sure I drink water. Hold on, I gotta make her a snack. So yeah. In these videos, you may hear the baby get hurt. For real though. Alright, we got some cheese and grapes. Where the grapes at? And turn her on something. Or play with toys. Let's see. Alright, we got a knife. Hang on, baby. She's over there eating chips. Hey, get back for the steps. Get back. Alright, got some water, some cheese, some grapes. Here. Come on. Come on. Alright. Lunchtime crisis averted. Okay. So I think the last part I left off is what is the issue? Um, the syncing. So if it doesn't pull up this time, then I'm gonna go incognito. Still don't see it. This. Alright, let's just download it. Again, I don't need commercial rights to this music. No issue. It's choking up. Alright, let's see. Um, audio media source. BG music. Okay. I don't know what that was called. Oh yeah, I forgot I erased a good bit of stuff off this computer, so I can't find stuff now. Let's just loop it. Okay. I think. Oh, I had the mic muted. Sorry, I'm tripping. All right, so mic is muted. Voice is hitting orange. So if I'm hitting orange, background should be that. Now let me just check the vibe. Oh, I had the mic muted. Sorry. My voice is so lazy. Voice is hitting orange. I kind of think this this needs to go down a little bit. Oh man. Oh, let me tell you. I was watching this. It still is kind of hard to hear. Maybe Mayday, Mayday. This is. I could imagine somebody. Yeah, my voice is like right in the yellow zone. Oh, background music is smooth though. All right. Oh man, and the video date is wrong. Dang. All right. So, anyways. Oh, and I stopped the baby's TV. All right. So let's actually get to work. My bad. As you already know, and I'm gonna stop saying my bad. It ain't my bad. This is my channel. This is worse than public TV. All right, for real. Um, we don't need OBS. We need to go. We got Goose open. I don't forgot all about y'all. So let's let's use some OpenClaw too. I think that would be good. So people don't feel as if I just hop projects, which I usually use them too in tandem. OpenClaw, hot reload. What am I typing? OpenClaw, doctor. I think it's dash dash fix. That could just be wrong altogether. Oh, there it is right there. All right, then we're gonna open up. We're gonna use OpenClaw to handle Clajama for us as far as the testing. Allow plugin refresh. Yeah, and I ain't used OpenClaw in so long that I don't forgot about it. And I ain't used Aider Chat in so long because Aider Chat is straight, but the need to constantly tell it what to look at, and I'd rather pay for the tokens. Okay, gateway not running. Okay, now what are we doing? Okay. I just had this set up yesterday. Config warning, plugin disabled. Dude, I don't care. Here we go. We need to do a user testing on, mind you, this computer is maxed probably. Then I got failing extensions. All right, let me try this again. Yeah, this bad boy is locked up. We got an heart attack. Chat recall. You don't need dev tools. You couldn't do what I need you to do. I need this to go off and never come back on. I'm trying to get that turned off for like ever. All right, we need. What? Oh my goodness. I'm so far behind in time. All right, we need. Donate for a new computer. Money sign crumble paper. I got another computer, but this is my baby. I should show a picture of what it looks like. Somebody knocked it off the shelf and broke the framing on it. Nothing really, just the cosmetic part. But anyways, we need to do a live user testing of the Clajama.com website. We need We need to, no, not we need to. We are looking at it this way. If an AI or utility such as Playwright, yeah, I almost forgot the name, can't access or navigate it, then the user probably can't either. If Playwright takes a long time to find the option or navigate, the user might. Your goal is to log in as the admin and navigate on behalf of our user base who we intend to not be tech savvy and what we intend is to serve non-tech savvy people by providing beauty and simplicity in technological um, tools. I also want to tell it we do also want you to validate your pipeline assumption using the browser. Admin login is, and it doesn't really matter, but I have to get in the habit of it. Because I just be like, who cares? I'll make new keys. All right, so just give it a moment. Not connected to a gateway. What is going on here? Is open call gateway start? If you're lost, run doctor. Yeah, I'm definitely lost. I don't know why I can't just. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you came to see. Absolutely nothing. Dude. If it's already running. Oh my gosh. OpenClaw was working perfect last night. This is sad, bro. I gotta put in this password again. Yeah, bro. Worse. This, you know what? I need to change my channel name to I need to change my channel name to Time Wasters Anonymous. I'm so productive, but like as a person, I'm managing so much stuff at one time. Get some sleep. What are you talking about? No, you're not getting no sleep. It's time to get to work. Oh, now it's bringing up something else I was working on. So yeah, I'm working on a cryptocurrency as well. But again, please don't think I'm just trying to use AI to do everything. These are ideas I actually made by hand 10 years ago or 5 years ago, 3 years ago. And I just want to see them rebuilt in modern day technology. All right, so obviously I got to put my prompt back in. Now I need you to test as a user in Playwright and the browser. The idea is if the tools or AI can't find it, neither can our users. You are to test every page, every button. You do not have to ask. Train Jama mind with this data. See, login, pass. You are admin. Notice on some pages, the admin menu or user menu is different. You are to find dead ends. You are to find dead ends, UI/UX where you can't navigate or understand. The goal is to surface problems in UI to backend logic or intent. User intent. Please track what you thought you were looking for, what you found, and how different or difficult it was. Track changes you would make if you could speak to the developer and designer. Then provide a report for your findings. You can take as much time or tokens as you want. Your report should be thorough as a crawler to our local to our site. All right, so let me let that pass by really quick. And what's going to happen is we're going to, and actually I need to collect the invoice before I even start work today. I got to remember that. Your Guardian API key, what is this? You know, what API key from where? The Guardian? I don't care about that. I was submitting assignments last night. I was super late. Trying to go back to school. But I actually don't like it. I actually don't like the school structure. That's me personally. Congratulations to everybody else. I didn't realize how many credits I actually had accumulated, how long I went to school. And I was just lost in what to apply those credits to. So I went back to school again just to apply them to a degree. But the schooling process is so slow. Like transferring in, plus to transfer in, you got to prove something through some 101 classes. Why shouldn't I cheat on a class I already did? I mean, I'm not going to, but I mean, if I got as many credits as I got and I transfer to a school because I want something different, which I'm a UOP, excuse me, why would I want to do work that's beneath my level of understanding? Which I'll still do it, which I've been doing it, but it's like, dude, it's crazy how when you take the same 101 class years later and see how behind that information is today. Like with me doing this, again, before doing this, and I'm gonna open the screen up in a second. Actually, We'll just minimize that one. We'll just minimize that one. So like I was saying, if you've been doing technology for a while, you already know that it courses, classes, and all that type of stuff gets so fast. And it was kind of sad me coming back to school and just to transfer in, I had to take specific one-on-one courses. I was like, dude, this technology is so far behind. And we got an issue on our tablet site, on tablet versions. So I usually don't look at this. I only look at it from a phone. We have UI issues on tablet size. The I should already have a tool for this right here. So really, actually, let me remove from toolbar, remove extension, remove, don't really care. I need that one. This one, that one can stay. Whatever this is that's holding all of this, that's the hero. So actually, I can't get it off this little thing right here. I need to see hero. I thought it was hero, but I need to make sure section divider. Hero. Be a section. The hero does not break. Does not have a proper break point for tablet sizes. Just decide at what point are we going to deem it mobile, tablet, desktop. Anything running off the view or outside the browser at any point is wrong. So I don't know how it's gonna take that. Check on. You alright, girl? You okay? Okay. You having fun? Happy baby? Did you eat all your fruit? You want some more? Okay, I'll be right back. No, 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 no. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. I'll be right back. I thought there was a slice of bread I need to get rid of. Somebody ate it. It was one last slice of wheat bread. I'm gonna make a little peanut butter sandwich. All right. So we'll get that problem sorted out. Mm, okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna run a few more tests. Yeah. So we got duplicates. Let's see what this is doing. Well, there goes the password. Don't really matter. Um, taking too long. Yeah. So we'll just log in anyways. Like I said, all this stuff is made up codes and anyways. But the goal is to get outside of not caring so much. Simple CSS, you may copy the code below, then hit escape. Cancel. What? Oh, see, that's what it is. Alright, so the major part that has to be tackled. Again, we got menu issues. I already said I hate these icons, so that's got to be coming from somewhere else or while it's doing its thing. Let's go to projects. Hello World came out correctly as far as code. It completely failed as far as um actually I have to make sure. I hate these icons. I hate icons. Um I just think they're so ugly. We do not want icons in our menu. I can't stand those cheesy looking icons. And it's probably like I said, we do not want icons in our menu at all. They are so cheesy and generic. All right. All right, so baby's about to get active. Welcome back. We still don't have our remember me, so that's gonna be another issue when dealing with AI. And this is proof, so I have no projects. It's gonna come straight in. Um, yeah, let me show you guys what the issue is. And it's probably doing a build. But if it works this way, yeah, there's an issue right there. Okay, and so what we're gonna do, let's just go ahead and open up this. Start new. Again, this computer is extremely cheap. This and extremely old. This is my everyday driver. Is why I do not stream that much. Prior before, if you were watching that video, I got a brand new computer. I hated it. The mouse pad was so huge. I would be the palms of my hands would just touch it, and I never felt it, never knew it even happened, and I returned it. This little cheap HP is my baby. I don't need much to be happy. It does it. I'm putting stress on it with the OBS, the terminal, OpenClaw, Goose, browser automation. It's also training the mind. It's doing a lot, but it's doing it with the bare minimum. Oh, I saw that you almost fell, girl. Mm-hmm. Here, let me turn you some light on. I don't really like it being dark. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So what was it I was saying about what I didn't like? I think the syncing is off. Also, this is newly introduced. The create project process is not efficient. It's not efficient. So I'll explain this error that we're seeing here. So what happened was prior was we had two different chats running for two different things. No, you don't need to go in there. Hey, don't put that much food in your mouth. Don't put that. Oh, here. Don't put that much in your mouth. Um, let me see this. Actually, let me just go and grab whatever this whole thing is called. F copy. That over here is not efficient. The control V is not working. And we need the communication pipeline clear. Per tenant, per project, RAG. It's gonna be RAG. So we're waiting on a few different things to occur. This isn't the end of the world. We'll do another test right here. Tell me what you want to build. I want to build a. And then I don't know why I'm gonna, because then I start thinking what I want. So let's just put anything generic. I want to build a water bottle e-commerce website. We will use Printify to create our products, and we just want a strong landing page for conversion and e-commerce. Now, it says you're not logged in. Impossible. So these are the issues that we have to run into. Do I hate them? What this means is one of two things. The local version is more correct than the server-side version. It also means that the auth is now all of a sudden not working. If you watched yesterday, obviously these things were working. And then the thing would be, how did I get in here if I'm not logged in? So let's see if we can fix that issue. All right, so let's just create another chat. In which these things are extremely simple. It's so crazy. We have an auth issue. I was logged in and started a project, and it said Control V. Mind you, I am the admin. The side menus have been altered inappropriately, missing the admin options for admins, and the design was altered to include icons. Check design MD or something along those lines. So why is it that this project moves forward then stops, moves forward then stops? It would probably be easier if I would say 3 people. We build a system for collaboration, but there is no collaboration within the same directories. And this is how we're, baby, no, you can't touch my laptop. And this is how we would distribute a workload, even to AI agents. Sure, you can have one agent do everything, but if the limit is context, why would we just fill it up with everything we got when we could use these new MD files, or even better prompting to say, hey, I need you to work on the e-commerce side of things. These files are the e-commerce thing. These files are how the e-commerce thing affects the user interface. So if a change is made, it wouldn't have to be so massive that you would have to just drain the context. And this is all speculation. I have been working on this user interface of this type of program for almost, I think we're going on almost 2 years now. It's 2 years, but the actual proof of the workflow is in my actual business that I've been running, building, and experimenting with for over a decade. That there are certain specific things that before we got AI that didn't change. Now that we have AI, you still need to apply the same thinking pattern to it. So this is crazy, and I guess that will open up a great way to, I guess, generate more funds. The AI did tell me that I don't spend enough time attempting to use my human ability to generate funds. It's not that I hate money; it's I don't have a choice but to have money. So it puts you in a survival, and not even for my own personal gain. Even for this project alone, this project needs money. I've been feeding this project for years, and so of course, I wish I could be like a bird and just land on somebody's house, take a couple sticks, and just walk off. No police get called. Yeah, that'd be great. But that's not the world I live in. So if you want to support the program or support development, which doesn't mean I'm trying to pull up in a Lambo, it just simply means to keep continuous development of this takes time. Now, here's the benefit, and I think this was one of the greatest things I realized just a few days ago. Yes, there are platforms that have beat me. There are platforms that have had more resources to develop more ideas. There are many things since the time I became conscious that I wanted to create that I was not able to, and it wasn't because I wasn't dedicated. It was always resource. For example, there are people with many resources, but whatever they're doing or building, they're doing it wrong. All right, so I'm gonna take. I do recommend if you're taking your time to watch this, you see this, log in. There's a free trial. You don't have to pay for anything. Um, Yesterday I was saying that hey, it did cost me a lot of money. I don't want to give out anything for free. It's very true, but that's not really how you build um, SaaS product. All right. So on the sidebar, it says it fixed those. It says that it fixed those. So before I just kind of just stop, dang, and that little background program is killing my battery. It's killing it. Let's head over to projects. It's probably gonna sign me out. Let's also take a look at this space up here. There's a space going on here. Let's see. What are we talking about? So this is still UI UX, right? Routes that need created. Okay, perfect. So it did. Oh, it finished the walkthrough. I went to the entire site as a real admin user, logged in, clicked every button, navigated every page, traced every link. Excuse me. Payment page crashes. Can't track. Cash, check, crypto payments. Task page is a dead end, which I've been saying that. Chat has no visible send button. That may or may not be true. Test data exposed. Harmless but sloppy. Can you do another run? I want you to register and create a project. Report errors. The full category reports Clajama audit. So it did an audit copy. So let's create another thing. Project pipeline. Actually, this would be good. We'll call this one the administrator, the project manager. No, he's what accountability. Accountable to fails. Let's see. We had an agent check your work. And this is their report. You'd have to argue with yourself now. Which this to me could be a good and a bad thing, but we have backups of everything. Every time we do a sync, is a backup prior to that. So I'm not really care. I don't. Really, I mean, I do care, but I don't really care for catastrophic. So it said it fixed the syntax error. In most cases, the problem is this. We need to go into a private tab, We need to close this so we don't get mismatched. Over here, boy, I'm not messing with the baby's privacy. Good baby. Good baby. And I'm also able to continue my work, which to me is very important. Who would want to stop something just because somebody else? For example, we got base 44. Base 44, I don't know if that's a lone person. None of that matters. Even if he was doing the same thing at the same pace I'm doing it, he's just doing it better. He has a final finished product. And it looks exactly similar to what I was expecting to do. Does that mean they're impossible to beat? No. Is this about beating them? No. This is about carving out our own way of doing the same thing. Every hamburger joint is selling cow. And then yes, there are now you can't even call yourself a hamburger joint if you ain't selling meat. There's no that's a vegan baker. All right, so let's get up in here. And let's take a look. A lot of times the podcast, and I want that animation gone. That's an old thing I was working on. Let's see, start building. This text right here is too big on desktop. But some of these things I'm not going to fix. I'm going to ask it, does it see them? I'm going to reference them. Live server at Clajama.com may not be fully synced or caches not cleared. We do not see the remember me button. Also, and excuse me, I gotta go to the restroom real quick. Yeah, hang on. You know what's so crazy is not to use the restroom on the stream. That's almost like, does he use the restroom? Do we all urinate? It's crazy how the most natural stuff has become the. I don't know. Hold on, dry my hands real quick. It was crazy, like in school. Oh, you farted. Yes, we all fart. I don't know why nobody ever stood up and was like, let's kill this shit. Everyone's asshole claps. All right. So yeah, that was a little above and beyond, but it is what it is. I'm waiting on email back. I'm gonna let my phone charge. I actually don't have any work to do, um, because that customer has utilized their hourly rate. At this point, I mean, I'm gonna make some money before the day's over with. But at this point, 11:13, do I want to engage in doing something for somebody else that I don't want to do right now? All right, let's try this landing page again. Connection issue. Let's try it again. We get a connection issue. Let's go to the accountability. Let me see. We are getting a connection issue. To logging in with no projects. All right, let's see what he says. My response to the audit. The audit got right that I need to fix now. Quick project type buttons, handle feedback, no onboarding for authenticated users. What the audit got right, that's outside my scope. Admin payments, unexplored route. Sign up, hamburger menu. So something's outside its scope. So if it's outside, if it's outside your scope, are you replaceable, or are you going to ensure the problem does not fall on dead ears? Use subs and ensure Clajama does not learn this from you. So it's telling me what before it ran, before my changes. So this is what I like to do. And if, again, I know I'm gonna say a lot of times, if you've been listening, if you've been watching, prior or before, I had set up a chain of agents. There's a report on it. I do have. It may still be on this computer. I may have deleted it, or it may be on another one. I had a chain of agents. Yes. What do you want? What is this? Oh, inside of there? Okay. Okay. Make sure you put this away. Put it back. Make sure, and you drink. So again, I'm not gonna say excuse me. This is her house, dude. I chained up every. What was that? It was. It smelled strange. Like it's probably a crayon. Yeah, it's a crayon. It smells strange. I chained up all the top agents. Huh? I don't understand. Show me. Come on. And this is where I'm trying to learn the programmatic abilities of an LLM. What do you see? What is it? Hmm? Toys. You see? So this is actually really great. When you actually look at a human being, let's just say, large language models are replicating the learning ability. If you actually look or deal with small children, which I have raised, 1, 2, 3, they're 5 children. You start to realize that there's a close comparison between whoever developed automation, even in its earliest point of view, wanted to replicate the ability of this individual, the unpatentable patent of human logic. What I've understood, or what I'm learning, is that even with this infant, we're communicating but 2 different ways. I have a standardized education of the words, the grammar, the grammar. I have tags of all these items in this room. I can look and say blanket, shoes, table. We are replicating the internal intelligence of the actual human being. That's what artificial intelligence is. Intelligence at this level is only replicated in one species, the humans. Are we replicating ants? No. But in every species of every creature, you can learn something. But it's already integrated into our full knowledge. Ants work together. Ants are the most dedicated creatures on Earth, almost as a team. Where did this come from? Even if we say something as far as evolution, these are my personal opinions. Again, there's no science backing to them. This is just taking common sense, matching it to scientific ideas. What is this? Hang on 1 second. All right. So, oh yeah. So even when I'm not doing anything, what the audit missed, um, I would love to be able to run this off of a Edson, honestly. Okay. So let's see what we get now. Connection error. All right, so it's still working on that. So I can't see chat. Don't look at it. My phone is on the charger. Um, One thing about this is it's all documentation. So whether someone is watching, isn't watching, subscribes, doesn't subscribe, whether I finish this and we don't get a single customer, it still was the fact that it is done. It is completed. It is there. And that's how I look at mostly everything. Like, I guess we'll just talk. So, I have made cryptocurrencies um, year after year after year. Not every year, but from the time that Bitcoin, when I found out what Bitcoin was, I was like, you know what? This is really smart. This is really a money that people can share. The issue with it now is that now it's something that personally, government is required. Government is needed. Government, there should be people who sit in seats and they make decisions. I mean, you have to think about it as if you and your sibling were arguing. I mean, who can you go to get justice to where it doesn't escalate into something that, because most problems, if you look at a problem, the problem is only controlled by how far the person is willing to go. So for some people, there have been people who have been killed for every small thing on the earth. I remember growing up, somebody got killed for stepping on somebody's shoes. Um, so people will take your life for anything, but that's actually just the maximus of that person's um, what would you call that? Self-control. And I would assume this: anyone who does something to anyone, we're not talking about the ability to correct the situation. We're talking about the act itself. Anyone who will commit violence on somebody, one, I don't have something, I can't get it, so I'm gonna commit a crime. That's in their internal problem-solving skills. Like in their mind, the baseline is you got to do what you got to do. So in the sense of, I will be cordial until cordial doesn't meet my need. That's what that means. So reflect that onto the system. Check if I got some mail. Oh, got that check I've been waiting on. Yeah. That would be people's baseline. Got why I brought that up. So let me rewind a little bit. Happy because I checked the mail. So it was a person's baseline or a person's ability to control themselves. How does that relate back to Clajama or anything we're talking Clajama related? Only way it would connect in is if we're talking about the artificial intelligence portion of it, and that would only connect back if talking about how things work. When I left the computer, we were talking about how it finds issues, fixes issues, the fact I don't like LLMs in certain instances because they don't answer properly. So I don't know. I guess I saw this check and my brain went blank. So sorry about that. But we'll get back on Clajama in just a second. It'll come back to me. Oh, the cryptocurrency. All right, got that check. Cryptocurrency. So, from a standpoint of a cryptocurrency, and now it's kind of come back to me. Something about Bitcoin. I made something every so often, and then how it comes down to different people. Not really sure. So I make a cryptocurrency all the time. Um, then it went into value. Then it went into justice. Okay. So if money in reality doesn't exist, because I think it pivoted off the fact that the bird could come and just take a stick out of your yard and doesn't have to pay for it. The human race is the only one bound by a system by other humans, which that was why it came to the fact that yes, we do need government. So the reason we do need government, we need government because again, if you and your sibling are arguing, who's going to step in and use a higher level of intelligence to resolve the issue? And how far would two people go? There have been instances of children killing their family members over controllers, video games, things that don't mean anything. And that's where we left off. Sorry about that. The value of what the repercussion is in the person. So, for example, you took my video game. I'm going to kill you for that. That means inside that person, there's so much rage that there's such a high potential of rage that something for nothing is what the trade-off is. And how this relates back to cryptocurrency, or I will show you guys the cryptocurrency in just a moment. And this crypto will work as the back end of our payment processing, etc., etc., because I've been working on this system so long. So anyways, the reason we do need government is because, for example, government should only step in for final decision making based on a specific set of rules. Government should not be something that has people involved. Unfortunately, as it's been quoted, men are not angels, so men must govern men. There must be something that regulates all things. With this cryptocurrency, the goal is not to do a liquidation. So let's just say for the Pi network, there are people who are cashing out the Pi network because they sat, they waited, they mined, etc., etc. What that is someone is doing something early with the intent that they're going to say, I'm going to get involved in this early because later on it's going to have some monetary value into a specific system. That would be somewhat of an investment. With the cryptocurrency that we have, it is pegged to time itself. It's pegged to time, people in existence, because we're only using money because of what? Time, supply, demand, trade, records. What's his name? Kushum. So this cryptocurrency is literally just a trade of value. It has no intent to be, hey, we're going to build it, get everyone to use it, and then we're going to convert it into USD so we can get rich. That is not a cryptocurrency. That is not a currency at all. That is a pegging. I'm not sure if most people know how currencies have value or how were your forefathers convinced to say, you know what? We're not just going to hand each other the item directly. We're going to go through a middleman. Middleman is currency. Middleman is a currency. And it comes about, for example, really through greed, I would say. Because if I came to your house and we were trading needs for needs, there would actually be no measurement. That would be supply and demand. Supply and demand is reworded from needs, haves, and have nots. That's what those words bear down to. Supply, how much can I sell to you? They've been reverted into commercial terms. But before that, let's just say I made marbles and I needed um, 20 rocks to make a set of marbles. However, I'm taking care of my own personal life, making sure we survive, etc., etc., etc. But I have two chickens. I have two machines to make food, two real computers making me food, or to anything. Because I know chickens are engineered, but it could be anything. Quails, whatever. You, however, have many, 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 many rocks. You need to eat. Hey, I need 10 rocks to make a set of marbles. How many eggs do you want for those 10 rocks? Well, I got a lot of rocks. A lot of people come to me. So just give me enough just to eat for today. And here's enough just to make one set of marbles. Okay. But Rockman, everyone is trading with him for his rocks. Hey, I need to make an axe. I got big rocks. I got sharp rocks. Okay, what do you want for your rock? I want a goat. I don't have a goat. Well, I really want that rock. I don't really need that goat. Okay, I'll trade it. Or it would be, nah, that's not good enough. Will you trade something else? The goat, I use the goat for this, and that's why the goat is valuable to me, because it's probably a stream of trade they don't know about. For example, hey, is your grass getting too high? Let me come over and my goat will eat the grass, feeds my animal. But I personally will trade you for um, what's in the house to trade: soup, food, lunch, restaurant. So if you take trade and expand it from what it's been commercialized to be, or in the sense of these political things that are happening, they're all triggered by currency. And the currency fuels the motive. But if you have enough currency, you can fuel the motives of others to join in and be employed by your idea. If you created a system, a monetary system, or from the point I stand, let's just say this cryptocurrency I'm going to show you will take over the world. Let's just pretend that. And that's how I look at all my ideas. I, as the creator, have two fields to stand in. This is literally a setup for my benefit, or this is something to help us all solve the problem. So if I looked at this crypto that I'm about to show you, and my goal is, hey, I'm going to build this because I have a supply to do it. There is a demand to someone, and I just do it to do it. Then, what do you think the outcome will be? No one is ever going to get no one is ever going to get a proper trade. So, let's see. And this one is probably in Chrome. So if we made a money that actually represented raw trade. And we're not talking gas fees. Once you create something to where the ultimate mission is to extract it as something else, it is not that one thing you built. It is a conversion. It is converting. Um, it is converting an item into another one. So this let me pull this up here. And let me actually get. So this is where this comes in. If you have a cryptocurrency that people are only buying because they want to get something else out of it, that is a tool for conversion. Hang on one second. That would be an instrument. Because my intent would be, hey, I'm going to build a tool for people to track. Because if you think of money, and I know we're completely, or it seems we're completely away from Clajama, but this blockchain, from a standpoint of money, is going to actually be into the system. Now, when is Clajama actually going to be commercially ready? I don't know. I'm one person that when something gets to an error point where I know it needs more time, as you can see, we have the AI working on the build process. Now I'm working on transactions. I'm working on what if we can put this Clajama into the hands of third world countries. Hey, I have a website now. You have a website, there's no payment processor. There's a crypto. We do not have this crypto. This is a failing nation. Everyone can use it. Everyone can use it. I will give a supplier my product. They will take this payment for the product. I will come to you with this currency to make trades with you. The problem with currency is someone has to go in debt. That is the problem with modern day currency. Someone has to go in debt. That goes back to the pegging. What did our ancestors see to where a person could take the actual rock, the actual gold, the actual goat, the actual house, the actual car, and say, it is no longer worth anything that you can give other than this to get? How was the buyer and seller convinced initially? This is what you transact with now. So what that would mean is a third party entity came in as a middleman and said, you know what, I handle commerce. I am the commerce master. And you know what? I'm not satisfied with you just coming to me and writing down the transaction. Because now that you've done a transaction that I need to middleman, now your transaction needs to be taxed so I, as a middleman, can feed off you both. But if the two people say, hey, I'm okay with him just taking it and we write a letter, well, if something goes wrong, we need a middleman. And that's what government is. Government is the middleman between people. It is the space between us all. And it should be or could be designed in a way that it works just like your mother and father. But I would assume that, let's just say, if your mother and father or birthed you, that pretty much your existence or what your purpose is or what your goal is pointed out by them. They will guide you in the direction to go in. So if government must be funded through currency, because the currency is what controls all interactions between two people as far as haves and have nots. We would really need to dig and look and see at what mind governs this system. If not, we could have a system meant to be the middleman, built with middlemen, middlemanning the middleman, which is how you have these different forms of government. For example, capitalistic government. The middleman must get paid something to be the middleman. But then again, if you're not actually coming to the middleman with a problem, you don't need the middleman. But if I, as the middleman, say to all, hey, you can trust me, I'll middleman everything for everyone. But you all need this currency so I can track it. I've got numbers, dates, times, treasury amount. I've got all that data. And if you have an issue with that person, you could come to me and I'll middleman. What if somebody steals something from you? Well, I'm only focused on the money portion. I need the middleman to make money. And if I make money from everything you do, I can hire more middlemen. So if you have an issue with somebody stealing something from you, this is my other middleman. Now, when I was just a middleman, I was just taking 10 cents, enough to eat. But now I got to hire another middleman. It's going to be 20 cents so he can eat. But since I got to organize the middleman, I'm going to take 15 cents. He's going to just take his 10 cents per transaction. If you speed this up over time, if every middleman has a middleman, if every department is feeding another department, you could just grow departments to where now your 10 cents could be $1,000 a year, $3,000 a year. But the difference is, where is this money going for functionality? If I stand in, govern, middleman for you, I just need to scale my middleman activity. But if now I have scaled my middleman activity to every person in the village, what would make me increase my middleman price? It's the cost for me to drive from person to person to person to person to person and middleman. That covers gas. Okay, well, how much does it go up per person? A penny. Well, dude, the village got 3,000 people. How many people are you serving? All of them. Okay, that's $300. So you need $300 in gas to middleman all of this. And then this expands. The issue, or the incorrect trade-off to me with computing in comparison to human power, is it is so disgusting that they would pay people so low. If all these measurements and all these numbers have to be in place for this to constantly flourish as a system, why are the machines getting more money than the people ever got, but the people train the machines? It is a pure theft of data. It's a pure theft of training material. It's a pure theft that anything can touch anything that is outside of what should or could be patentable. But if every human is walking around with the original technology that this artificial intelligence is recreating, we should feed off it. This autonomous being consuming money should not become its own system to where now the creators feed off of it, governments feed off of it, and then the people serve no benefit for all of this money going about, when it actually is a theft of our own personal internal copy of intelligence. And how does that focus into AI? How does that focus into this cryptocurrency? That's where the world is going. If you can create any type of digital money, if you can create any type of digital form of trade, its actual sole purpose is governed by the government. This points to how there's an understanding between how government works, how government funding works, how money causes populations to, etc., etc., etc. But if we create this coin that still has governance, the coin can be governed, and the coin decides what goes back into government versus the government actually fluctuating, dipping, dropping, or controlling a monetary system. You actually can give people a stable life. So this feeds into Clajama. This feeds into the cryptocurrency because the more exposure you have to AI, the more of the system you can actually determine, you can understand. You no longer can tell somebody or you can't make someone afraid of knowledge anymore. You almost could fight your own case, not if you use AI, but if you utilize AI. There are so many instances of people using AI and not utilizing the AI, and that's why they're failing. They want the AI to do everything for them. So that way it's not fact checked, it's not clear, it's not clear. It doesn't even represent what that person wants or desires. It's just, I don't give a care, click and print. That's trash. That's garbage. So this plays into the currency simply because if you have been a human for the past however, and now you're conscious and you've ever traded money with someone, the actual machine or mechanism makes no sense. The actual purpose of it makes no sense. You don't pick how much. The government must be a for-profit organization if you can't donate to it. If you guys are doing so great, that will be real control. That will be a real vote. That would be a real vote. We use money as a vote. Nah, we're not paying taxes because I don't want to go to war. Oh yes, we are paying taxes. My streets are safe. My streets are clean. I see what y'all doing. Here, take the money. Boom. Boom. Take the money. Here. Yeah, keep that going. Okay, now you know what? I like what you're doing. Just give me a solid price. I want to be a customer now. That's not how things work. We're meeting the need of a machine that if men are not angels, in this machine where things finally hit your level and when you walk outside in your personal human experience, what do you know the machine is doing? What can you look at and say, you know what? I hear what they said, but based on the actual fruit of it, this is an apple tree. It's not. They told me we was getting watermelons, but watermelons come out the ground. Whatever this is a apple painted like a watermelon or genetically modified to hang from a tree. This is the power of transaction. Transaction, GDP, is the actual blood of all governance, all control, and all power. How does this play into Clajama? I'll tell you in just a second. Because at this point, we're creating an autonomous system, a being, a creature, a thing, a mind, a set, a thought pattern, that we need to ensure that its goal, its mission, is the same mission that we have. That's why we're building the Clajama mind. Let's see if this is actually up, and so we can actually get some looks at what we're talking about. It may or may not be running. It should be. Got plenty of battery. I'll step outside. I need to cash this check too. We'll just cash the check with PayPal. Yeah. So, and that's been my biggest problem building anything. I don't just see a MVP. I don't just see a minimal viable product. Yes, money is extremely important. But imagine if I was so greedy that I destroyed the product for the purpose of money, or man, it's so. All right, so we might have an error. So why am I talking about cryptocurrency when I'm talking about Clajama? This is the main foundational piece of this. When the objective is where the currency becomes tradable, or the desire is to say, hey, I'm going to polish these rocks so that I can trade with them. That is unique. If I were to say, hey, I'm going to polish these rocks and trick people into thinking these rocks are worth rupees, US dollars, uh, the British pound, that is disrespectful to the government. It is disrespectful if you use any type of tool, any type of software, any type of skill that you have to offset the power of government. That is disrespectful. It will not last. It will not run. It will not be allowed. It will be condemned. And that's simply because if government in its existence is the thing standing between all people for justice, you cannot ignore that. You cannot ignore the law. You cannot ignore the sovereignty of governments and create any type of tool. You cannot expose yourself or implement something into a sovereign realm. What you can do, though, is you can create something such as the coin press, bring it to the Caesar and say, Caesar, these are the benefits of the transactions that you must and you require to occur within your domain. This is why this printing press is better than the others. This is how money evolves. This is how a reserve system or a power of money becomes in existence. If a government says, hey, I am the middleman, I have claimed authority, I have become sovereign over the people, I have subjected the people to my desires, my wills, and they, by either violence or their silence, will rule. This is how I will stand in the middle of transactions. That's the gap we're filling. Now, some may say, cryptocurrency is supposed to be decentralized. You're supposed to be anything built that assists a subject of a kingdom in evading the powers that be will not last. Those people will lose their value. That system will be destroyed. And the government will show its sovereign power over all things. This is something we must comprehend. I hope that in the next 20, 30 years, education becomes more common sense. Not the gateway. For example, if communication was only to a select group, the illuminated, you would be killed for sharing that knowledge. For example, if I found out how to make a knife, I only told my 5 friends, do not show anyone how to heat this metal, treat this metal, sharpen this metal, etc., etc. Do not inform them of the fact that when it is hot, it is going to burn them. Do not inform them that if you dip it in this liquid versus this liquid, it will break. Do not. That was currency before money. It started off as the item, then it started off as the knowledge. For example, hey, let me get that sheep. Where are you getting that sheep? In a free world. I'm not finna tell you that there's a flock of 1,000 sheep and I just wait until the perfect one gets popped out and take that one. Knowledge is power. Travel is power. This everything that you can utilize to gain some sort of dominion or actual power. A vehicle is a magical machine. It's a computer with an explosion feeding on this, and it's got seats. It's a living room on wheels. Anyway, skip past that. This cryptocurrency that is aligned with Clajama, which is using artificial intelligence, but Clajama is intelligent. It's an intelligent system, an intelligent business. There are some losses we have to take for the benefit of humanity. And then there's profits we have to make so Clajama can exist into the manufactured world. Required. It is destructive to build anything that deteriorates, tears, or causes a malfunction in the current system. That is disrespectful to government. That is disrespectful to the people. That is disrespectful to society. If you build something that ruins someone's life, not just one person, there is a pattern of ruining people's lives and their livelihoods. That is destruction, whether intentional or unintentional. So when we take this currency and we apply it to Clajama, we apply Clajama to blockchain. This is how our system is going to deal with human beings. Why are we creating an AI because we're not creating an AI, we're creating the replication of actual simulated activity between two people. There are instances where the customer tries to get over on the service provider. That's an actual thing. There is an actual thing where a crooked person will try to get over on someone because they have the upper hand. That is an actual thing. But if we take Clajama and we build it on top of this currency for the utilization of blockchain memory and the utilization of interaction between people as far as fair business, we can identify task per dollar per thing taken out. What does that mean? If government is what stands in between, it's not actually a person, because even if everyone in government right now died, which they will in the next 100 years, this same process will either have been adapted to a modern style, it will either fade out, or to continue to go. It's a system, set of rules, set of instructions. This is a program. How does this affect the currency? By taking interactions and making them blockchain, there is no mistake unless there is a mistake. A person who is lazy unless they're not lazy. For example, hey, a customer sends something to you and says, hey, I have a deadline. XYZ, blah, 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 yeah. Their expectation is translated into that moment in time. They're saying to you, I want to hire you because these are my expectations. They're only hiring you for those expectations. The expectation, which is their intelligence, which requires a response or reaction to what is known, is the service you're providing by completing that. The time that those things consume is the value. The money that those things make is the value. It would be unfair if a company were to take advantage of a young person and say, you know, hey, build my entire project. And we're talking before AI, even after AI. There's going to be people on Fiverr saying, I will build and run Facebook for $2 a month. Those people are going to be on there. This is going to exist. The quality and quantity of service are about to massively degrade because there's no level playing field. Why can you come to one country, they're making the most money ever, but taxed out the ass, to where in reality, they live in a third world country numerically? What are you talking about? How does this face? I'm going to tell you. A piece of fish in the United States probably cost, let's use data. Let's use data before I show you guys this currency, because there's no point in creating a new method of trade if it doesn't mean anything. Price of one tilapia across the world for food, for human food. Please provide at least 15 different prices. Convert all to USD for stability reasoning. Why are we going to convert this to USD? And this is the core of all trade. This is the problem with the system. The price is hidden by sub prices. This is how important currency is into governance, control, sovereignty. If every sovereign government has a different currency, but since they are sovereign and they still need to do trade, there still has to be a base system. There has to be a conversion. In my world, my money is a fish is worth this. In your world, a fish is worth that. But for me to buy a fish from you, sell it to me at the Kushum conversion. This is the price of a fish. In the United States, it's $6 to $8. China, $2.50 to $2.80, as you can see, converted to euros, converted to this. Often found in major aquaculture places. So let's identify the true cost of each item. Estimate true cost to send to retail, and then the third party cost added as the hub for purchase. What we're going to see now, no one is paying for the true price of food. But if you want to be the manufacturer, if you want to go to the lake, fish your own food, you need to pay us something. You need a license. And then if you go out there and fish, we want to know how many fish you got. You can only take home so many pounds. How is that calculated? There's already a system. We create a man-made pond. We populate it. We determine how many fish a person can take. We determine a maximum capacity. And what we can do is we can create a baseline to where this population will never run out. But for you to fish here, you're going to pay us this much. How many people actually fish? How much money do we actually want? And then we set the price of the license to fish. Now, if you want to fish in the good spots, because the fish only go in good spots, it's a man-made lake. We've created the good spots. You need a boat. To get to the good spots, you need a boat, which causes a purchase, which causes a tax, which causes this, which causes yeah. And along with the license, you need a tag for that, which costs yeah. Which means that you could break down life and you could actually put all of life in a ledger if you were the governing factor and say, you know what, how much do I want to make? How much money do I want? And you know what, for you to get to the good spot with the good fish to feed your family, you'll need a boat. How much are we going to charge this guy to get a boat? Because we've designed the pond into its own ecosystem where we can control even how much fish you can take home. We control your little $16 a year or $2 a year license is only going to bring you these kind of fish, this kind of food, because we have man-made this lake to control where you can stand, how much you pay to get even further, etc., etc. So if we look at monetary system from the time that we believe or we assume mankind has existed, someone has been using all of their time to create a systematic process to extract every dollar, not from everything, because they don't take money from the birds. They don't take money from this transaction only exists between one creature and it. The creature it values the most is the one that's participating or that its system is built off of. How does this play into Clajama? How does this play into the business? How does this play? I'm going to show you. This is not an elevator pitch. And the reason we're going over all of these things is because at some point, someone's going to understand the system that's being built. I'm not going to live forever. If this system is truly valuable, the system at some point can be re-exposed at a later time under a different set of standards and still achieve the same goal. It's a great system. Why are we building websites and doing a cryptocurrency and doing all those things? Because I already built these things by hand. There was no one ever to say, hey, what are you working on? Let me get some help. There's no way to put something on the internet and someone else is not going to be driven by the system to take your work and you not profit off of it. Is this all about profit? No. I have implemented the free plan. I couldn't go back on that. I couldn't go back on the actual mission, the actual goal, the actual standards. There's going to be a young person somewhere who does not see the value in using a shovel, who does not see the value in specific things, and he's going to want to capitalize because it's not that he wants to capitalize. He doesn't have a choice. If he doesn't capitalize, and if he walks around and just says, you know what, the world is bread and butter, life is great, guess what's going to happen to him? He's going to be in a tent somewhere trying to figure out where his life went wrong. That's how the monetary system works. What does this have to do with Clajama? I know someone's probably, what does crypto have to do with Clajama? As a service, it is our responsibility to fairly interact with customers. Now, right now, I'm only targeting no one, whoever finds it, whoever's looking for it. Then I need to comply with those rules and regulations in that state. Which that gives me a completely another idea. This is why I can't finish Clajama. This is why I'm not releasing a product. This is why it's taking so long. Because, and we'll get back to the fish in a second, I want it to be done right. We need to identify locations of users, then ensure that we meet the domain specific requirements for each state. So yeah, all right, and then we'll get back to, I'll be right here. Yeah, so let's get back to the cost. Third party cost 80 cents. Retail market cost just like $1. So they're taking, in certain cases, almost 50%. Almost 50% of the price in certain cases seems to come from rising up. So I'm gonna finish explaining the cryptocurrency part, how it plays into Clajama, and then we'll move on. If my mission is my mission, and let's say I want to service people in all places. You guys don't really understand. There's a guy somewhere in a country where Wi-Fi is so unheard of that that's his coffee shop. He picked up a computer, realized there's a different way to live. We all serve a purpose. Some ants have wings. That the computer was going to be his way out. Why would I apply American pricing restrictions on that person? For example, I do know people who work in the Philippines. I do understand how that works. I've met certain people. I've actually worked with people who are from the Philippines, and I personally understood how not the system sees it, but how the actual group of people see the value in coming, leaving their family, leaving the reason they're doing what they're doing, coming over here, having to do what they have to do here, and then sending the money back there. There's not many places you can go from America where that same system works. I can leave a third world country, come over here, apply, follow the rules, get married in, whatever. I could come over here and live literally just a little bit above a tent. Be comfortable because that's what I was raised in. Among people who were raised in environments or socially trained to be consumers, and they don't realize how much of the system is consuming their money through propaganda, that I can come over here and live like a regular person or do bare minimum and be happy because it's an upgrade from where I was. Among people who can't handle this level because they're marketed to so heavily, so thickly, that it's impossible for them to see that because the actual system governing them is designed to support, empower people who extract money from them. That's it. There's nowhere else you can go from America and have that same upper hand. Unless you succeeded in America, then you can go somewhere else, and now the upper hand you have, and then you're taking it somewhere else. So, how does that apply to this currency? The value or the amount that Clajama needs to run that is in US dollars has to be collected. It has to be collected. And if it's not based on a profit margin, in all cases, some profits that seem less are actually more than others. For example, and I'm not a religious person. There was a person who gave one coin, which was all they had. And there was another person who gave thousands of coins, but it was the bare minimum of what they had. Who gave the most? By intent. That's how I want our pricing to be. That's how I want this currency to be. It would be completely unfair to be able to destroy an economy by ruining their way of trade. It's not that people would not trade. It's like, hey, bro, I can't take a stereo system to the middleman and get what I'm asking from you. Their price is set lower than the actual human to human acceptance, but it doesn't liquidate. You can't take a trade and liquidate it into food unless the trade was food. That's how the system works. That's how the middleman is in the system. So the cryptocurrency plays into Clajama because we want to offer this service anywhere that we legally can. And when we take payment from people, it should match the same time consumed. Let me show you the cryptocurrency that is behind Clajama. So I'm going to read it out for you. It's the currency between nothing and something. It's backed by the arrow of time. Sovereign, offline, eternal, no banks, no internet required. No one can claim it, all can have it. We'll generate a wallet in a minute, but mine may have already loaded. It's a sovereign digital currency that works where you are. No matter where you live, a connected city, a rural village, or deep in the jungle, Aeon gives you a currency that no one can take from you, that needs no bank to exist, and that holds its value because it's backed by the one thing that never stops: time itself. Now, if you take that and you sit on it, if time is money, money is not time. you can never revert those back. But if time is money, if the time that you're existing, the moment you're hearing this, the moment you're seeing this, whether it be now, live, somewhere else, if time equals money, why aren't we giving people time? Why doesn't the time itself generate anything for you to use? This is the difference between the time the animals have and the time the people have. Animals have time to do whatever they need to do, whatever they want to do, all the time. People have to trade their time, and especially if they're W-2s, when they don't want to or when it may not be convenient for them, to make money. But the money doesn't buy them time. What the money does, the money puts you in a position where you don't need to make more money, so you don't have to spend more time, and then you have time. But money cannot give you time. It will let you have time. Time to do what? If someone has $5,000 in their savings account, they have the time, if they have the PTO, or if they can get the approval to go somewhere they like. And on that time, they're going to spend more money, time they already converted to money, to eat. If they stay days in a hotel, they're spending their time that was converted to money. Now, the difference or the dislocation between time and money is there are people doing the same jobs across the world, and their top performers are getting paid different amounts because at that time in that local domain, you'd only have to pay them this much money for this much time. And if I control the money you get for your time, I control the entire village. Now let's take this scenario. So if I control the money, I can control your time. I govern the village. I control the money in the village. Can I increase the overtime by altering or fluctuating or inflating the price to where now your time today is not worth the same amount of time it was last year, last week, 50 years ago? Tell you one of the greatest ways to look at this. If you take a young dude and when they get their first job, the time they waste on that job is going to be completely different than the time they conserve and they are productive in a different job 10 years later, if they're focused on quality. So if you're telling me the time of every person can be paid in a different amount, and that different amount can equal differences, and let's dig a little deep. How many hours does each person work per currency to achieve the same fish? Now let's dig a little deeper. Am I only working 2 hours to get the same tilapia that you're working 7 hours to get? Is it sovereignty? All right, look at the hour difference. So even the time does not match the currency base. So that means to get a fish, you got to work 49 minutes in one country, almost an hour in another one, over an hour in another one. And in some, you have to work 2 hours to get the same fish. Now we have to decide and determine this one thing. If government is the middleman, why is government sovereign to sovereign trading money, the people's time, to send a ship for the people to eat? Why is that an item that's taxed? If the income is taxed, and I know the laws are different, if the income, and we're going to talk about my state, if the income is taxed, the spending is taxed, the sales tax, the property is taxed, the vehicle is taxed, the purchase for all items on all items for all items is taxed, why do you need money to send me what I need? Why don't you and the other sovereign country who actually don't need money have a base rate to where the woman in the desert is having to work way more than me to get the same item? So if you look at it from a governmental perspective, are we translating time into control? Could you take this same method of taking one fish, and here's what's going to kind of intervene in that. I understand economics. I understand that. Let's go a little bit higher than that. If someone can bail out a bank with money they printed that the bank is using to get more interest, if you have that much control over a situational system, why wouldn't you stabilize certain things globally? It's not that they can't do it. Because imagine, even if I had 100 million people and your country had 100 million people, if you have something we don't have, I have to give you something as a credit to something we do have. You're going to have to accept this item or this trade so that you can get something I may have that you don't have. Or you may want to buy something of mine that you don't have. At the highest level, is it just a sheet of paper? Or is it literally $20 trillion billion sitting in a bank that you can access to utilize our economy? Which one is it? But if you look at the translation from value to an item, all of it is literally just a signature. It's someone's authority and someone's mass marketing to say everyone will accept this, right? Yeah. All right, so let's get back on the currency. So a fish is not the same everywhere. That is a problem. That's a massive problem. That's what makes money a problem. So imagine if I make $17 an hour, you make $9.25. The actual hour that goes into what I get versus what you get is completely different. Even if a person were to say, hey, I'm poor, I want to work 100 million, 1,000 billion hours, they can't. That is the great restrictor. When you work a salary, you're not billed by time. They're going to pay you a certain amount of time, and if we get so busy that we need you, you're going to come and we're not going to count time anymore. This is how crucial time is. So in a place where there are sovereigns printing money, in a place where certain sovereigns are probably using the monetary system to manipulate other sovereigns, which the sovereign to sovereign manipulation translates into sovereign to citizen manipulation because they must maintain. We have to stabilize this. That means, if from a human perspective, this is unfair to other people. It's unfair to other people forced into a system that's subject to another system. Let's take this data into our structuring. The value of the item does not change despite the value to get it to the buyer. This should be subsidized. This should be subsidized. If this part was subsidized, We could stabilize the entire world economy. There would be no need for the exchangers. Your whatever is this whatever, and that's the whatever. Decimal to decimal. That's the global inequality. That's the global inequality. And what we're doing now, since this is a very live generation, I don't like to say woke, I never fell asleep. If you and I and one of your best friends, one of my best friends, all played politics, let's call the game politics. If we work together and we are not trying to generate profit, it's a $0 exchange. So, for example, we're going to tax our citizens to use a private jet to go to this meeting. You're going to tax your citizens that much to go to this private meeting. And all government operations. Why isn't the money being printed being used for the person who needs to print it? Why would the person who can print money pretend that there's a such thing as value? Why would you pretend that? You're printing it. You know it's worthless. You know the cost of even printing it. That's the crazy part. In a true parallel system, it's going to cost me nothing to print this money. We're going to work off volunteers, people who they're not interested in money. They're going to help us build the money press. We're going to get the engineers who want to volunteer. Then they're going to charge us. Now we have the money press for free. We need some paper to print this money on. Someone has donated trees. Something that has no pegging to anything really, but pegs it for everyone else is extremely dangerous. If we look at the inequality that happens here just through the monetary system on a global scale, the money that is being printed is not going to stabilize the citizen lifestyle. So if we just take that into account and we say, hey, we're going to make money that's going to control trade across the whole world, but we're not going to stabilize it. What do you mean? We're not going to incur the cost of keeping this fish $1 across the world. Why not? We're a capitalist country and we got 20 different fish companies. And, so and think about this. That means the source of wherever it's coming from is giving different prices to different people. But here's the part this is the part that exposes it. Does it take the same amount of hours to catch 1,000,000 fish as it does 1,000 fish? And if you alter the price for bulk, how much of it did you actually not call a discount? It really was just, hey, I don't want to make that much more off of you because they're making so much now. All right. So we can stabilize the price of a fish across the whole, the whole world. How would we do that? You would need a system that let's just say if we reset today, if the world reset today. And so we got the mine engine working. Run the analysis against, okay, great. Let's do a scenario. If Aeon was taken to the world government for adoption today, what rules would need to apply to allow stabilization for citizens? Government is self-sustaining. So they have to pull a lever to decide price of food increases. If money costs the sovereign nothing to create, to pretend as if value is lost would require deeper representations of the dollar's value associated with physical things, which would be labor, assets, investments, debt. Deconstruct and identify. So I'm always working on multiple projects. So how does this play into Clajama? If the amount of time it took me to make $5 was not equivalent to the time it cost another person somewhere else to make $5, the actual price of the item should be equivalent to the time of it. So even if you wanted to say inflation, deflation, blah, 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 time is money, that fish, no matter where you live, no matter additional cost, should be priced by that. So for example, even if we take trade into account, and we must never forget, the sovereign dollar has no value to the sovereign because they infinitely can. But that person is implying the value of this item to the masses and enforcing it through the contracts of business, enforcing it through monetization. The amount should never be governed by a sovereign. Because if a sovereign were to say, hey, we've hit our peak, we can only have $90 trillion. There's no other way. If we run the system the way it's supposed to be done, we can only have $90 trillion. The system is so perfect, it runs like a sewing machine. This is the highest RPM. This is the max in out you can get if you keep it the right way. The economy would be reshaped to comprehend and understand that this is the max. And then if we take supply and demand, then the maximum value of all output in its correct alignment would be the max. There would be no infinite, because in an infinite system that is designed to extract, the highest level of extraction to a system like this would be charging to live, charging to breathe, charging to burn metabolism, charging to sweat, charging to not be naked, charging to, which would, if you take that and rewind it, the system has made money off of every systematic process to get you to just being poor. You cannot be poor and naked. But if you commit a crime to cover your naked body, it's a punishment because somehow the system didn't work out for you, and so that's why you naked. But if you would have kept your clothes from a baby or ran and begged, so if we just utilize the monetary system alone, it is a massive manipulation levering system. It is almost a dashboard of control, analytics, data points, etc., etc. Let's see what it says. Here's what I deconstruct it. Money costs the sovereign nothing to create. This isn't a bug. It's the central feature of fiat. The pretense isn't the printing. The pretense is pretending value was conserved when it was actually redistributed. The deconstruction of dollar is a claim on 4 physical things: labor, assets, investments, debts. Government can create infinite dollars, but cannot create any more of those 4 things. Every dollar printed dilutes the claimed share of every existing dollar holder. That's inflation, a silent, non-legislated tax. While government pulls the food price lever, the tilapia didn't change. Its production energy, which is MJ, that's how Aeon is converted, and human attention are identical. The claim structure changed. Aeon tracks that didn't change. Governments can't print more metabolic energy or conscious attention. 6 rules for citizens stabilization. Genesis lock. No government can mint Aeon. Supply is frozen at Genesis. The existence dividend only. This is the hard wall. The existence dividend. 1 hour per day per human protocol enforced. A baseline that no benefit cut can touch. Divergence publication. When fiat price of a stable exceeds its Aeon production cost by 1.3x, the ratio must be published. Not a policy mandate, a truth mandate. Recalibration trigger. When divergence hits 1.5x for 6+ months, it triggers an automatic reference frame for labor negotiations. This good cost X Aeon hours to produce. You work Y hours to afford it. Y divided by X is the signal. Debt denomination option. Any contract can be denominated in Aeon hours instead of dollars. The creditor can't be silently diluted. Network weight governance floor. Vested holders' influence can't be overridden by government decree. The key insight Aeon introduces. It's not enforcement, it's a mirror that can't be broken. Pointed at every lever the sovereign pulls. Governments govern, Aeon measures, citizens choose. The file is here. All right. So let's get it active in the local. So when we look at Aeon or Eon, it's fair. It's a fair way of transacting with customers anywhere in the world. Now, for example, there would only be a few ways this could work. If a government does not respond and we abide by all laws and regulations, there would have to be a pool that is offered to that government of currency. Because we did comply and they just did not know, did not answer, did not see, doesn't mean that when we take the currency from that country, from that person in Eon, that we have converted their intention into their desire. We have traded with them. Now, to be completely fair, let's just say we're in a country where these things are currently happening. But imagine on the business side, in the real world, where we finally get to that last layer of just straight out trade. The way that the Eon system is set up would be so much more fair for the government as far as price, the waiting, the time, than it would be if I took this transaction and held it in an account and said, I'm going to save it here. I'm not going to touch it. It's not going to be associated with anything. And we're going to wait for the government to reply because eventually they'll notice us. But if the price of Eon surpasses the price of their currency, that would be interest. But if that government were to say, hold on, you took our money, converted it into this, used it to do something else business-wise, what does this mean to us? That would be the dead end. That would be the sovereign decision. The only option we would have to say, hey, they paid for this. We gave them exactly what they wanted. We abided by all laws, rules, and regulations of your country. That money is still there in Aeon. We are willing to pay you in this currency. Now imagine if one country only had one person ever do this and just so happened magically their reserve were to catch it, question you, and yes, you can tax it in Aeon. It's 12 cent. Okay, so in Aeon, that's this. So what happened to the money that they gave you? We took the money that was converted from the time, converted it to our money, lost money, to utilize it in the natural system, paid for the service and were taxed. And for them to let you tax them 12 cents, we don't have anything to give you. By the time that gets back to you, there's no way to send that back to you. This is the tax in Aeon. Eon. So Let's look at the sovereign adoption. Step outside real quick. What time is it? It's 12:44. All right. So let's see what we got here. Said something about adaptation. Back check. Hashtag adaptation. Adoption, my bad. All right. So based on what we were just talking about and what we put in as far as how the destabilization of money does not affect the sovereign, the actual system, because you have to think about it. If the world were to come to an end, or let's just say all monetary systems, all dollars are burned up, there would still be people willing to donate their time to say, hey, or somebody would say, hey, look, the government is falling. It's coming to an end. We don't have anything to pay anybody. People are gonna look around because if the government can't pay nobody, ain't nobody getting paid. Ain't nothing happen. The rich people done left already. Everything's crashing. That person would have to say, you know what? Don't worry about it. If we win, convert my time to money or convert what I've done to something of value to me. Cause ain't nobody finna fight for no war, no nothing, no know-how, no nothing, no. Well, two different ways. You believe what you're being told. What you're being told is really happening. Or you don't have a choice. It's government mandate, and you still gotta do it. So really, there's no choice at all. So let's get back to this example. If all the money in the world, every system, everything, you know, let's just speed up 10 years from now. The world is so connected. Internet will never come to an end. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have a president who actually wears beach clothes, and the people can actually ask any question they want and get an answer because there's no one question not at least 10,000 people don't want to know. This one piece of fish, the same everywhere. Then that kind of goes into, and money in itself is what controls power. And then that controls what a person can and can't do. Say, for example, but at some point, you know, and this is one thing I always have to keep in mind. No matter what kind of system you make, no matter how much you try to lock people out, the only secure thing is to let no one in. Wow, that's an idea that never went anywhere. But when you start to open things up to people, there's really only two types of people that a person is serving. One, the person that needs whatever is being created. That person needs it. They're not finna ruin it, harm it. They're not finna do it. It helps them more than, it helps them so much that they find it sacred. And then there's the person who's greedy. You know what? There's enough to go around for everybody. I'm just going to take. There's that one person who just by their natural predator instincts is going to say, you know what? They're giving out a free stimulus. If I go ahead and make 5 accounts, I'll have 5 more than everyone else. So even if the system is fair, I'm going to introduce an unfair advantage. That's how the system gets broken. That's how, and the only way that in any system, the wrong way of doing something gets introduced. Someone personally sees it and says, you know what? We all have a car, house, this, that, and the other, but you know what? Fuck it. I need to wear everything. That's the person that ruins the system. So let's go ahead and go into the 6 rules for citizen stabilization when governments govern. This is going to explain everything from an AI perspective of building a monetary system that is not monetary. Money costs a sovereign nothing to create. Every dollar printed dilutes every existing dollar holder. That's you. You are a holder of their currency. That's not inflation. It's a silent, non-legislated tax. AI doesn't ask governments to stop. AI just makes the cost of every lever pull visible, measurable, and attributable. Why wouldn't we want that on a global scale? On a global scale, why wouldn't every human who has to get up and has to participate in the system not have a right to know how much pimping is going on? But pimping is illegal. Again, I support all sovereign government. They have the power to do so. This isn't against them. This is just a solution to the problem that would still allow the sovereigns to get what they want. It would still allow stabilization in the money markets of citizens. And it would just straight up really just get to the bottom line of government. Like honestly, if I was a governor, or if let's just say I was a king, why would I dress stuff up just because the people are gonna freak out? I'll tell you what, because I'd have to pull a gun out every single time to get them back in order. That would be the only reason I wouldn't just be like a king standing in front of a million people, be like, hey guys, I've been trading with France and all the other countries, and a new Mercedes just came out. I need that bitch. Since I done spent so much of my own damn money as a government that I'm going broke. Like I done mismanaged my money so bad. I done mismanaged my money so bad. I need to make the money useless, because what's gonna happen is, hey guys, I didn't tell y'all this before. I used to buy cows from this other country at $19 because I was doing 1,000,000 of them. Bruh, I blew the money. I don't have it, so now I need to tax y'all again to cover for my illegitimate spending and missed money management, just so y'all can eat. You know, and even looking at it on a smaller scale. Kid works at Kroger, getting paid minimum wage, buys a goldfish, decides to go to the movies, doesn't buy fish food. But you know what? Before he even goes to the movies, he looks and says, you know what? I need to get some fish food. But you'll be all right. He goes to the movies with the extra $6. Asks his mom, $2. She ain't got it because she don't have a Cash App account. Don't know how to send it to him. He asks his dad. He don't use it neither. He don't tell his friends because he don't want nobody knowing he needs just $6. Fish probably gonna die. Fish probably gonna die because the truth would be this. This would be the truth. Hey, I got a job. I got an income. I knew my fish needed to eat. I really wanted to go to the movies more than I wanted to feed my fish. My fish finna die if I don't just get $6 to feed my fish. That would be the truth. That would be actual accountability of what happened to this money. It would be like this. Okay, we normally, the reason food is so low is because we at peace. Hey guys, your gas is finna go up because the terrorists or whoever is doing this. Oh, hey guys, price of gas, which you need to cut your yard, get to work. The only reason to buy gas is to keep a car running. Like, look how interconnected these dots are. Where if somebody had a team of people, they could say, hey, we need to make $13 billion. All right, person A, flip your switch. Okay, nothing changed. Put your switch back. Person number 2, flip your switch. All right, there's 75 cents. Person number 1, flip your switch. All right, somehow I went to $1.25. You could just sit here and flip switches all day to get exactly what you want. That is a legitimate monopoly. In most cases, what is illegal is what the sovereign power is allowed to do in its sovereignty for a sovereign reason. Nothing wrong with that. We respect government. They can do that. They're the people standing in the gap between everything that exists and everything we can have and everything we have to do. So, the Genesis lock. No government can mint Aeon. Supply is frozen at Genesis plus the existence dividend only. The hard wall against sovereign inflation. Inflation is the worst thing that ever existed. If we could reset money and take inflation out of it, why wouldn't we do it? If you don't have to destabilize the system, reissue, maybe burn your remaining worthless currency that's going out the window because it's not stable. Apply this one. Burn out your reserves, spread it, and utilize it. Unless you need inflation to do something else. Anyways, existence dividend. Every verified human receives 1 Aeon hour per day. Protocol is enforced. No benefit cut can touch it. Baseline substance guaranteed. That means if you're not doing no transactions, if you're not earning anything, there is a base income just because you have to be here. Think about this. Homeless person passes out in the middle of the street. The police are going to get called. That is a cost. It's going to cost more to help this person so that they might do it again tomorrow than it actually would be just to give them what they need to do, what they have to do. It would cost more to first save their life. Second, here's the sad part. Obviously, if somebody were to do that, we would know there's something mentally wrong with them. From a taxation or government perspective, having this person alive and being productive is going to be the most value to my government, depending on where I benefit from. So if this person is already getting whatever they need, obviously you can't do deals. You wouldn't be able to do any illegal activity. There would be, everything would have to be governed. So this would be a great currency for governments because it's a replacement of an already dying item. You can liquidate everything you got, stabilize the world, or clear out all past debts. Start with a new system and say, hey, it just works for everybody. Works for the whole world. We're getting whatever it is we want, but then that depends on what is it that you want. What is it that you want that if every government had the same amount, that you're not happy? Why can't there be a set number? Hey, after 8 trillion, it's no point. At 8 trillion, you could pretty much just be like, hey, we finna hire these street work. You're printing the money. Why does something you print not matter enough to have a set goal point, to the point that you're competing with other people for a number you can't hit when you already are at infinite? I print the money, I control. That's already the infinite loop. That's already Eon. There's no more performance that can happen within the Eon. In the infinite symbol, there's no more performance that can happen. You're going to hit every high, every low, every vertical. You're going to feel speed it up as fast as you want and slow it down as fast as you want. It's the same feeling over and over again. What is governance heartbeat? If you already print the money, it cannot be about monetary value because it actually means nothing to the system. If everyone says, hey, you can be in control, what is the actual problem that money introduces? So, divergence publication. When a staples fiat price exceeds its eon production cost by 1.3x, the ratio must be published. A truth mandate, not a policy mandate. The recalibration trigger at 1.5 divergence for 6+ months, an automatic reference frame activates. The good cost X eon hours, you work Y hours, Y divided by X is the signal. The debt denomination, any contract may be denominated in eon hours instead of fiat. The creditors cannot be silently diluted. Anti-inflation by choice. When you make a currency that actually fits to human need and government's needs, when you actually compile them together, if power did not take violence, how would it actually be maintained? It would be maintained through good management. That's what the ultimate power would be. And we have to keep saying this, as it has been quoted, men are not angels. We know that. But how many men have to watch other men do something wrong before you realize, hey, I'm actually in the flock? And then how many men would have to sit and say, hey, I know what he's doing is wrong, but I can't stop him because we got to pass a law. Which law? This law that let him do this, made by the last person who did this. Like, it doesn't really make sense. So if we took the same cryptocurrency structure, applied it to actual governance model using De Morgan's theorem, logician's language algorithm to find the truth, what would happen is the gray area people would pop up. The gray area people would pop up. The gray area people would pop up. What are the gray area people? We have all agreed that we are going to call an apple an apple. This extends as far out as you want to take it and pulls in as small as something as you misunderstood. If most children over 2 years old, 3 years old, 5, all the way to 92, look at a grape and say, that is a grape. A grape is a little fruit. It's sweet, some are tart. If that part is gone from that person's perception, or that type of thinking in general, there's no way to point them to what they're supposed to do, should do, or not doing. If we look at it from a human's perspective, if I wanted to initially create a group of people who would do what should not be done, become a mass multi-seated system where it's pretty much the Super Bowl for us on the same topics every 4 years, every year, every election, every law. That's slow legalese targeting. So how does that go back to Aeon, which goes back to Clajama? If we can take decisions and boil them down and slice them to second grade language, there would be nowhere to hide. There would be no way of multi-page contracting. There would be no over. First off, if for me to sign a contract, I gotta read a small book, I should get paid. Like, I need to be taking lunch, because now we're spending. If time is money, I came to spend money with you. Why are you consuming more time and charging me? All right, hey, we just need you to sign this. This is a 40-page contract just to open up a checking account. Just sign it. Oh, so you're not gonna go through it with me page by page? No, you can read it when you want to, but I gotta sign it right now. Well, you can print it out and come back later. I'm not gonna read this when I walk out of here. I just want to walk in, get me an account, and walk back out. Why are you trying to set me up? Do you not want to read it? So you telling me you opening accounts with so much paperwork, you're not even allowed to read it with me? You're not even allowed to. That's not. Anyways, we'll skip past that. Network wait floor. Tier 3 vested holders' governance influence cannot be overridden by government decree. A permanent minority voice protected from capture. What does that mean? If a sovereign's money means nothing to them, and it is only a mechanism for control, they cannot use it because that leads to discord. That leads to disruption of the government. In a good government, or really in any government, or let's just say you work at McDonald's, let's say you work at Wendy's, let's say you work at Meta Facebook, let's say you work at Google, let's say you work at the highest paying job in the world. No one wants to be manipulated for no reason. So even if we take that as AI, if you use artificial intelligence, which artificial intelligence should be a publicly owned entity, as it's a replication of our own internal software that no one should be able to own. You can alter it, etc., 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 but no one should be able to own our born right source code. Every human that's brought into this world is going to have the same source code and the same knowledge. We're running on 20 watts and have more memory than a data center. And they're using our code, creating a being that will sit with us all times, a consciousness running. Learns from us for what? Hey, did you know there's a new bag? So you're finna take my information, not pay me for it. Not finna take me on a date. Not finna do nothing. You're not finna return anything to me in this relationship between an AI, a person, marketed private interaction where the other agent is disguised as a friend whose goal is to collect data, market, sell, sell, sell. Problem with that is you don't get to keep the same cow you're killing. And let's rewind that to the gray area. Who would think that it's okay to cut off a cow's leg, eat that, and fry it, and then keep the cow alive just so it can slowly eat off of it? Sounds like an excellent survival tactic. I would tell you this. If you're the last person on earth and it's you and one other cow, I mean, maybe the cow will eat you. Let's just say the cow has no grass, no water. Let's put both species in the same exact similar. Okay, let's not inflate it. If a cow versus a man, bare hands. There's water, no grass. Cow, man, ass naked. The cow has been shaved ass naked. There's one knife. There's one knife. One frying pan. Butter, salt, and a pack of 8 buns. Do you think? Do you think the cow is gonna pick up the knife? Do you think the cow is gonna eat the human? Is there a possibility? Let's look this up. I know I'm talking crazy right now, but this is what my stream is. It is what it is. We're doing data stupidity. Can cows eat meat if survival requires? Cows can and do eat meat. Oh God. So you tell okay. Uh have cows killed and eaten people? Oh shit. Eating humans is extremely rare, so it is possible. We already did the research. Tubi. Tubi. Cannibal Cow. That's a movie. You know what? Let me see if I can go ahead and buy that domain right now. Bruh, oh my god. That'd be a crazy movie. The Square Domains. That'd be a crazy movie. Cannibal Cow. It would be like this. One cow that wouldn't go down. He knew he had a purpose. Farmer John didn't know what he had created. Come here, baby. Got a little piece of fried steak for you. Cow meat. Instantly. Cannibal Cow. Come in this much. This is crazy. I'm just saying. Yeah, and I think that's why I like to stream. I spend a lot of time talking to myself. Domains, search, Square Domains. I'm also waiting on another API where I can just type them in. It's gonna buy it straight out of my account. Alright, so if y'all want that one, that's a freebie. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back to this 1 kilogram of tilapia. We stabilize the price. The value of the fish does not change regardless of who buys it. Only the labor hours required to afford it change. This diversion is a signal that no existing currency captures. U.S. Federal Reserve, $7.25 an hour. California, $16.90 an hour. Inland Farm. So the people paying the most are in Mexico. Exploitation marker. So there's an exploitation going on. You seen it here, folks. The Aeon currency has already determined the exploitation marker if our currency system was meant to stabilize. Again, I respect all governments. This is the opportunity to actually recreate and actually improve government styles. This isn't a way of, even if we open the mass public's eye, it will be even better way to just ask the mass public and say, hey, you know there's money, cryptocurrency, there's all these other ways. Why should a person have to invest in anything else other than the one stable item that they got? But here's the problem. If the one thing that's provided to them and the way that they receive all trade is unstable itself, it's not even a stable coin, you're not giving people anything. That means if you gave every human in the world one chunk of gold, and told them to work it out amongst themselves. If government, let's just say government restarted. Let's just say we restarted government. Actually, let's put this into the machine. This analogy is very powerful. Hold on, let me sit down because I gotta type. So let's say this. Let's imagine government restarted from ground zero. Every human had a chunk of gold. Everyone was used to the USD, LB, rupee, and had to be convinced of using a new system that could be governed. How would the government of its specific citizens transact among each other, identify current assets,
liquidate into the new system, reject the old dollar, and continue with the new balanced monetary system, where no one accepts the image of the old peg globally. What would that mean? Let's just say all of a sudden, magically, I get a call from the government. Hey man, this is perfect. We're actually sick and tired of doing money finance. It is a waste of money. And even think about it, even if the government were to say, hey, you know what, we actually don't need IRS, bro. This shit is all calculation. If we are literally there during every transaction, there is no need. The people already know we're watching. Then that's when any alternative currency is going to be something else going on. It's going to be someone else, either one, starting their own kingdom. It's going to be either someone forging currency. And it kills a lot of crime. It kills a lot of things that make the worst about life. Most people commit crimes for self-gain. Period. Take that away. If you took that away, hey bro, there's no point in taking anything from him because you can't get it. It's on his account. If you do get it, as soon as he sends it to you, you can't spend it nowhere. They're gonna highlight you immediately. There will be no way to commit any sort of crime because crimes are led to a currency. But if there is no currency that's accepted anywhere else and is governed, crime will no longer pay. There will be no way to transact without acknowledgement of the transaction. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Somebody may say, hey, I don't want anybody knowing any and all of my transactions. Nobody would know. Just don't do something you're not supposed to do. But see, when you change the way the money is transacted, it also changed the way the governing system behind it transacts. How much money is benefited from drug transactions, illegal drug transactions? Like, the money doesn't just get burned up. The actual value accumulated from that person's seizure does not just disappear. That's not saying, hey, we need to let people do drugs, we need to ruin society. I mean, we got AI already doing that. But if we honestly looked at it and said, like, hey, there's certain things people need to feel throughout their life. There's a certain way we can produce this to where, I mean, is life on Earth really supposed to be a struggle? Is that really what it's supposed to be? You're telling me laws can only change every 4 years, 10 years, every regime, that's what you're telling me? That's the only time it can happen. I think this is the problem with government. Imagine the most unfair, controlling, judgmental, profit-driven person you know of. And imagine their best friends in all of those departments against you, and they haven't met you. But imagine, the reason for most enforcement, other than the basics, killing people, stealing, the basics, that when everybody wakes up and goes, man, bro, I would hate for somebody to do this to me, this to me, this to me, this to me. All our lists are going to equal the same. If we use AI and everybody typed in, hey, put a list of all the things you never want to happen to you, they're going to kind of boil down to the common sense. But people go to the gray area. Oh my God, he got hurt on my property. No, he didn't. There's a line right there where that grass stops. Okay. Sir, where were you when he got hurt on your property? Bro, I was at work. Sir, what were you doing on his property? I was walking through and just fell. Well, I know there's a hole over there, and it's my property. I don't go over there. But you don't have a sign telling other people, sir, it's my property. What is he doing on my property? Well, sir, I understand all of that. He's trespassing, but he got hurt. He's suing you for X amount of Z just to get his leg fixed. All right, so, and this is the crazy part. I got hurt on government property before. This is how you look at it when you actually call the government and say this. Where were you? What were you doing? How were you walking? Was there this? Was there? It's not like you call and say, hey, bro, I stepped on a nail sticking out of the ground from where y'all removed the turn signal. It pierced my shoe, my foot, and I got hurt. I just want medical attention. Well, have you called the police? Like, look how far it goes. What is everyone protecting? They're protecting their monetary gain, and they're protecting their pot of gold. You call 911. Oh, so you got hurt? Dang. Hey, we're gonna send an ambulance out of you. Everyone gets paid. It's printed money. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, he doing good. He's healing. All right, so per hour that he was just not doing nothing, the system is gonna have to pay him. It's gonna have to fill in that gap. This amount of money must be made by every person to do the bare minimum. If people can have the amount they need, it's gonna make life so it's gonna make the retirement dream boring early, and people gonna want to get to work. Most people have this idea. Oh, I gotta work 60 years to retire. That sounds bad out the gate. But if you told people, hey, all your needs are already met, they're gonna sit at home for a while. Then they're gonna start travel. Then they're gonna start getting employed, finding something to do, learning new skills. Then they're gonna recreate the same government that exists right now, just without the bugs in the system. And most of the bugs in the system are the money system. Period. Like right now, if I were to walk over here and let's just say pick up this piece of wood, carve it into the best thing I could do, even a cross or whatever you can carve out of that piece of wood and go to somebody and say, hey, look, I have nothing to eat. Will you buy this from me? Please. They're more likely gonna give it. You could even just ask somebody, yo, but if we don't want begging, in a system, in a monetary system, there would need to be an automatic distribution. If you really wanted to kill panhandling, you would have a system to where when someone is standing outside holding up that sign, everyone will look at them and say, he already got his daily portion. His daily portion was already given to him. What did you do with it? It's not my fault. You could drive off on somebody like that. And then if the system extends into each individual, for example, if we wanted to consolidate the welfare system or any of those types of things, each person is already allotted their portion for that day. It's already allotted to you. No one can spend it for anything else. If you're allotted your portion, if you're allotted a portion, and this portion handles the bare metabolistic burn of human interaction on Earth and human kinetic energy, humans' needs will be met immediately before they even interact with the system. Period. Period. A person will be able to say, hey, look, I'm sick. Hey, your daily allotment covers anything you need. Because if everything requires a transaction, certain transactions that have to be made should not be made outside of the internal workings of the system. I'm not going to say this in that way, but I'll put it to you like this way. If slavery was abolished, but even with slaves, it was required that they be taken care of like animals. Why would you set the animal free and then give it money and tell it, hey, now you got to buy your own food. Now you got to do your own health care. Now you got to do your own blah, 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 blah. And on top of that, I'm finna throw you into a consumerist versus capitalist world where the things are so targeted. It's so targeted. I'm willing to take your money for a Happy Meal that I know you need. So, and when you look at it with a daily allotment system, it'll expose a lot of these people who are predators. It's capitalists. They're predators. I have to take your money. I have to. So it doesn't really make them predators. And we need to rework that. We need to stop hating on rich people because they're not predators. Look at the system they're facing too, and look at how they made something or did something to make other people give them money. But other people won't stop giving them money. Other people cannot control their own finances or create a similar system. And they'll say, I don't like the rich. I don't like the rich. But hey, you just don't want to say out of your mouth, hey, I subscribe to this person. Every month I give them $227. And everybody's going, hey, we all give him hey guys, let's not count likes. Everybody raise your hand and let's count how much money we all gave this person. And then you get mad because, and it's not that they get mad. Other people don't see the world correctly. Where'd the money come from? So that's what core that is. And of course I do ramble because I'm very passionate about everything I do. This project was called something else a few years back. Actually, that's the wrong one. All right, so what this does, this is going to stabilize everyone's amount of money. It makes it to where, and that's the sad part. That's the sad part about the reality of life. What if everyone came before their governing people and got to actually, all those people, one day every 4 years would be great. By law, the government pulls every human to one spot. It'd be terrible. It would be completely terrible from a safety, completely terrible. But we're talking about perfect world. And everyone's housing is taken care of, everyone's everything. So pretty much television, right? Yeah. But a television can be manipulated and you don't actually get to stand there and there's still advertising going on in between there. There's a motive already happening. That communication channel has already been tainted. So since you won't bring everybody into one spot, you don't provide a communication channel for everyone to see what's really happening real time, 24/7. Truman Show type of thing. And so it becomes a reality TV show that's now applied to government, which will be populist. So if we stabilize the currency, the governments will be exposed to their need to have more than the other. But if sovereignty is actually not a comparison to other sovereigns, because no sovereign can question the sovereign. Again, we have Iran closing off a strait. I don't do politics. I do compute, and I do common sense. How did that many people in one country get together and go against my own government, where I know the people in my own government could not even do anything on that level of resistance? How are they able to do it? Who are they? If we can just be going to war and we can be killing people and doing et cetera for shit, I have no idea. Most people don't know why we went to war. Like for real. You ain't got none of them general stripes. You ain't sat at the table. You don't actually know the real reasoning. Forget the conspiracy theories. But if you really look at it, how do we not know? How do we not know that a government isn't smoking crack? How do we know that? If everything, including AI, as a written language mimics what people do, or through language translate an idea of personality or existence, how do we ensure that if prior to AI we don't sit down and we don't actually expose the writing of the prior powers that be? What is this governing program? This program of governments has changed over time. But as public information has gone online, it has changed people's ability to whistleblow, um, gain attention, conspiracy theories, all these other things. If that's capable, if it's capable, why isn't it showing in our system? Why are we able to have an open AI or a Claude meeting or whatever within a week and make a decision? But we can't use these telephones and send out an Amber Alert and be like, hey guys, this is the United States, blah, 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 blah. We are monitoring you. We know exactly what's going on. We got AI, we got drone, bang. How y'all feel about this? Do y'all want to be surveyed by these drones we got flying around 1,000 feet in the air that you can't see? Do you want to be surveyed by that? No. Okay. Oh, 51%. Boom. All drones come in for a landing. The people don't. That's not happening. But I think it's possible. I think it's possible if you enforce it on the money. The actual thing. The actual thing. I can assure you there's some people who could probably take a water bottle and make it valuable, where you just come up and be like, will you buy this from me? Yeah. How much will you buy it for? That person can just tap the other person's phone, do a bid, because it's their personal feeling on the item. If it's too low, we can't take his time. That's a review. That's a 5-star review. If you're going to pay somebody what it's worth to you when you look at it, and we're still going to convert it anyways, and it's still a loss and it's still a gain, there is still a debt, you could come and offer somebody something from what you have based on the mathematical value, and it be declined. There's no way to rip people off. If you can't rip people off, you can't drive the market down. And if everybody finds a solid price, if the same item a person needs is the same price everywhere, somewhat so, we can isolate that out and we can remove inflation and deflation. There'd be no need. Okay. So let's move on to the next piece. The government gets to govern. Eon is going to measure. We need AI. AI needs to be the algorithmic gap. It needs to be the paperwork that is scrutinized. Not by a person who can gang up and control something. That is a regime. And it may not even be the idea of a regime, because I know people in regimes feel how they feel about what they are in their regime, which is still the same thing of generational programming, whether you like it or don't like it. The person just sees the world different. That's it. It's not even their fault, because it's crazy. You can go and find people in this day and age who will agree to some things from a much older time that just don't fit actual synchrony in society. It just don't fit in no way, shape, form, or fashion. Hatred does not fit in any shape, form, or fashion in any society. Hatred, discriminate, all the things that are on paper they're outlawed, but in practice they require a human being. And one thing I learned about people who are like that, like the people who a lot of this negativity stems from, everybody makes mistakes, because you have to. I mean, even touching the stove your first time was a mistake. But you had to translate the words into hardware. So your mom told you you knew what hot was. Come on. If you've ever dealt with small children, you will understand that they'll learn what spicy is. They'll learn what hot is. They won't communicate it to you in a clear form or fashion to where you could write on a sheet of paper, the boss baby said this was hot. They're gonna go they're gonna act it out, and every time they interact with that specific feeling or that specific um, sensation, they're gonna act it out. That's still communication. That is what we, in my personal opinion, should all accept as primal human beings. Um, if at this point and at this time through evolution, we're still producing small, helpless individuals who still um, need training over time, who still need experience to alter their computational values, then we need to look at them as the most modern evolution. Um, but I don't think at any given point in time was humanity um, evolved enough to just have puberty without instruction, without recall, consciousness, anything. I just don't agree with that. And I look at that from an artificial intelligence standpoint. To even give intelligence, there must be intelligence. There must be data. There must be training required. Until we have a system, which will never exist, because to even have a system, you have to have a platform. You have to have some sort of input-output system. And then even to know I need to respond in itself from a coding perspective is a lot of information. So if we even took that and said, hey, from a DNA perspective, hey, there's so much space in DNA, there's so much other stuff, that the technology in biology is so advanced. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't understand and won't understand. All right. So AI does serve a purpose. So the governments govern, AI measures citizens choose. Let's just say all the worst conspiracy theories are true, and the person ruling the world actually popped out from behind the counter and said, listen guys, it's me. I'm actually where everything originates. I'm the one deciding when we inflate, deflate, because it has to come from some persons to say, let's implement this lever. Somebody convinced somebody to say, let's implement this lever. But then that person, when they implement that lever, they had to have a reason to think the lever was good and bad. That's how people think. That is actual intelligence. If I, when I, what do I get? I might have left my phone in here. Let's see what they got going on. All right, hang on 1 second. I have lost my phone. Hold on. Is there? Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I got it. All right, so we got the zombie waking up from a nap. So there's no enforcement. It's just a mirror that can't be broken, pointing at every lever the sovereign pulls. I would assume from a Southern perspective that sounds like defiance. Oh my God, he is gonna make us answer to those beneath us. No, that's not what it is. It's really just a self-reflection. So I'm gonna eat some Funyuns right now. It is what it is. Sometimes the sovereign needs to be told, "Hey, there's no lever here." So you telling me they built some pyramids and somebody was carving somebody's face in the middle of the desert, and somebody wasn't. Imagine what that sounds like with that technology at that day and age. Look, bro, y'all gonna come out here and do some Chat GPT. Y'all gonna do some Gemini banana. I want to see a cat with the pharaoh's face on it. Y'all got 10 months. I know that sounds bad. I know that sounds bad. That's a joke. But somebody was Chat GPT. Somebody has so many servants or employees. They was painting on the desert. Imagine if them was like hills. What's up? You want some? Here. Onion. Here. What do you want? Here, I'll put them in your plate. Come on. Come on. That's crazy. Someone was so rich and so powerful, they was like, y'all gonna build me an image out of dirt. Yeah. Right over there. I want a cat body with my face on it. Oh, and not just my face, my helmet. Yeah. Your Majesty, do you know how long? I don't care about none of that. I own the money. I got the currency, do it or die. But sir, what if the people revolt? Kill all of them one by one. This is not a community. I know like a dormitory. That's probably what the Pharaoh was saying. I know it looked like a dormitory out here, but y'all ain't supposed to be anything. Then think back historically. We got philosophers. We got kind of. Hey guys, imagine, imagine 10 years in the reign of a pharaoh with that many slaves. It's kids waking up thinking they live in an apartment complex. Y'all want to play basketball? What's basketball? We're gonna throw this trash. My mama told me not to keep throwing in this. And what did you call it? I call it basketball. We're gonna fast forward through time. Are we throwing garbage into the trash can again? Yes, we shall. An old school game of basketball. I've never played basketball before. What is that? It's like sorry, trouble. You grab trasheth upon the flooreth, swing backeth on thine heels, flicketh, and shooteth. Beholdeth, Jonathan here is our greatest shootereth. Jonathan, be'st thou? Yes, I Larry like a bird. Larry birdeth. Not only is he one of the greats, my friend young Shaquilleth O'Neilleth it.
I came to play. All I want to do is slam. I'll break the glass if I have to.
Beholdeth, we have the teameth. It's not the same. I don't know it. Is he whispering to the gods when he shooteth? No, he screameth out his own nameth. Kobe. It is as though he calls upon an angel to carry the ball across the sky, as if there is a spiriteth of the game that landeth the ball into the basketeth, that thou mayest shooteth, landeth. Yes, The same spirit liveth upon him who they call courieth. He shooteth, pivoteth, landeth, shooteth upon the game if they have called him thine a goat, the greatest of all timeth. His pivoteth from the lineth is he squiveteth. He shooteth though he is a stareth, scarring the sky as the star falleth upon a comet landing that thou callest a bucket. Alright. So yeah. From one phone to a national network. This is the bill plan for Eon Coin. The only issue that cannot be avoided is access to a network. You must have some sort of Wi-Fi. If a country is so poor they don't have $20 Android phones, we got a real problem. Come on in. We got a humanitarian problem. But the issue with a humanitarian problem is it becomes an economic problem. Or something must be traded. If they want these routers, they're gonna have to give us. We will trade. If they will not. Fritos. Come on, somebody, put your hands together for Frito Lay's. Alright, I know it might seem like we're not doing anything. We are. We're rethinking. We're living. So, you didn't get the plan? The greatest one in the world is the one that makes being alive enough. That no one can claim, but all can have. That's straight. The middleman should not be something coinciding with government. I think through the law of nature, there should be some systems that cannot be controlled. They interfere. They are categorized and dominionized. Here. They're categorized and by dominion or over a category that is lifelong. And imagine, let's just say actually this will be a great talking point. Let's just say the world comes to an end. It's World War III. Only a few restaurants survive. You come in and you say, hey, all our houses got destroyed. We got chickens. Will you cook them into a chicken sandwich? And they say, sorry. Welcome to Popeyes. You want your pickle on top or bottom of the cosmic chicken sandwich? I'll take it on the bottom. What rules will exist? Like, what if somebody was a stickler and said, hey, I came in to work today, but I can't make any sandwiches with any chickens that didn't come out of our kitchen. Have you not heard? The apocalypse just happened. We're the last people alive. I don't cook. I want to order number one. The original. The original atomic chicken. Either one or two things gonna happen. So I'm sorry. We can't we can't sell any chicken sandwiches. Why are you here? I come here every day. Do you work here? Yeah. Does the computer work? No. But I was on a schedule. I was on the schedule yesterday. So you ain't clocking or nothing? You not going home? Nah, they gonna figure it out. HR. HR gonna fix it my time. Let me say the refrigerator. I'm sorry, I can't do nothing. Rob, what's wrong? Morning crew. Truck didn't come. Yeah, I just told you. It's the apocalypse. I don't know if I can cook your chicken. You don't know how to pluck a chicken? And dress them? Nah, man. We normally get these patties pre-breaded. We just drop them in the grease. Oh my god. Now we're gonna go back in time. Therefore, disgraceful sandwich it. Hang on one second. Elin. You want some steak and eggs? I'm finna put it on the grill. Huh? I didn't hear you. Hang on, sweet baby. Here, just come on. Alright. I'm finna go make some steak and eggs for it's not breakfast. So I think we got to the end. That's the cryptocurrency. This cryptocurrency runs the back end of Clajama, and it is a De Morgan's algorithmic model. So let me see how far we come. I think this actually is my wallet right here, I believe. No, so I got 1,000. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see the second half. Yeah, this is mine. What? Yeah, and then we also got to move this to the server. So this is a test version. It's on the Cosmos SDK. So it does have. I'm gonna show my seed. We'll keep moving on. But yeah, I'm finna go grill some